Oh yeah. Smug time. Oh, a smug to start. Hi. Hi, everybody. A little chat room action. Before flipping live here, I am so excited, guys. Robot voice. Uh-oh. Robo smug. Excuse me one moment. Excuse me one moment. Boom mic. If I take the boom mic, see if I go on to Discord mode, I need to use a different... Uh-oh, wait, 1 second. That should be good. There's a couple of settings I need to do if I want to go on Discord, but then I always forget to flip it back. 2 blinds, 1 voice. Wait, 1 blind, 2 voices? Ew. 2... Oh, Arcars is here. The desk has rotated again, kind of. Who has 2 smugs? Who has 2 smugs? Right? Hi, Razzle. Yes. Spin in like his intro screens. How are you? Yes. Yes and yes. Dudes, we're kind of back to where the desk was, but other major changes have happened in the space, which makes it comfortable. Weirdly, I'm going to show you behind the curtain for a second, okay? Weirdly, my camera's on the other side. So this is what it looks like in real life. But I didn't like looking away from the scene. And so I flipped the footage. Ooh, I have a giant 50-ounce iced tea jug. Yum, summertime, hey? I found a set of 6 mugs yesterday. Ooh, I may buy them just to flex on Discord. Do it, Star. Do it. Yes. Guys, it's feeling better in here. Lies and trickery. No, it's good. It's feeling fresh. It might not look the freshest, but it feels fresh. It's a different angle. I don't think I've ever played Rome 2. Played other Total War games loads. Excellent. I need a large mug. A lug. A mug. A bmug. A big mug. A large smug. Is there some other equivalent where we call something the big version of the small version of something? I'm not going to think too hard about that. Super Sitzer, hi, how are ya? Welcome in. For the Emperor, wait, wrong game. Demon is here. Lamug, waiting to happen. It doesn't really roll off the tongue. Haven't seen, speaking of things that don't necessarily roll off the tongue, haven't seen Jormg in a little bit, hey? Haven't seen good old Jormg. Rome 2 was something at release. Oh, collective PTSD. It's great now, though. Yuck. Most games suck at release, right? Especially when the games are able to make adjustments as they go, right? Lamug. What's it called? Big slushy? Big gulps, right? Most games get rushed. It's true. It's true. Come out as a mess. Our car's nose. Guys, welcome in. What's going on? What's going on today? We're in the big one here. Big one. We got a list. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where'd my list go? Got my list here. Oh, I see. I'm in HUD A. I'm in HUD A. Is why. There we go. That's probably why I missed it. I love Total War games. I realize now I've been playing them for like over 20 years. I played the original Shogun Total War when they didn't even have 3D assets on the battle map. They were all 2D sprites. Hey, we should boot up a game of Shogun originally, like the original show. It looks so bad. It's so basic. Hi, Luke Nay, how are you? But I've been playing these games since Shogun, and love them. They took me like 10 years to finally get like understand how the games worked and get decent at some of them. And the weird thing is, like, every release is slightly different, you know, at least the historical releases. I don't have a lot of experience playing the Warhammer Total War. I should have found that game, but I never did. It would be right up my street. But I never played Warhammer Total War or any of the Warhammers, really. I played mostly the historical Total Wars. Shogun Total War is a turn-based strategy and real-time tactics video game released in June 2000. Oh, man, I remember coming back from my first year at university, and I stayed up like all night at my best friend growing up at his family house. And I played Shogun on like that computer for, I don't know, like 18 hours in someone else's house. It was weird. Medieval 2. Oh yeah, PC Gamer Magazine. Empire is my first proper one though. Total War Shogun 2 is 2011. Wow. So even that was like only 10 years, right? And because we're 14 years on from Shogun 2. That's wild. That's wild. Anyway, we're gonna do a quick weekend debrief. Talk about the weekend. I had an awesome weekend. You sweet summer children. And then we're gonna dive into Rome. Rome 2. It's a classic. My first RTS was Warcraft 2. Mine too. My first RTS was Command and Conquer. Was old Command and Conquer games. But Warcraft 2 was definitely right there. Only a couple of my friends had computers good enough to run Warcraft 2. And they were... You always had a short list of friends that had like the good Nintendos, right? The good PCs. Medieval 2 has some great Lord of the Rings mods. Yeah, I've seen Lionheart. Lionheart is a streamer that I follow intermittently. And he has always enjoyed many interesting mods for these Total War games. My first was Age of Empires 1. I still have my copy. Excellent. I still listen to that soundtrack. I had Command & Conquer on the PS1. And we're going to try something a bit new today. I'm so excited, a bit nervous and excited, because there's a new thing I'm going to try. I have no idea how it's going to work, but we'll get there. We'll get there. First, let's do the weekend debrief, shall we? We'll go over maybe here. Here. Yeah, we're in the big now. Weekend debrief. So, for those who don't know, we had our 11th monthly roast. The 11th monthly roast happened this Saturday. It was awesome. It was Valheim themed. It was lovely. It was a chance to celebrate a bunch of our playtime in July from the community server. We reviewed screenshots in a bit of a photo exhibition, and we also did a bit of a traveling tour to take a look at and appreciate all of the builds people were doing. And it was a lot of fun. Hi Lily, how are you? Welcome in. Yeah, let's pin this one really quick. I'll pin this one really quick. I think like there were so many amazing builds, but one thing I wanted to call out in particular, I think that Smoothitis, the smooth one, right? Smooth it is. Spent some time earlier on in the community server to pull together this amazing tavern, this replica tavern from the tavern in Dark and Darker. And this is where we started the tour. And as a thank you to Smooth for all the effort, we posted it to the Dad subreddit. And it's made a positive splash, I feel like. I feel like a lot of things that kind of pull on the nostalgia of the way the game used to be. This is an ad for pre-rolled joints. Look at this. Look at all these weird, gnarly joints in this ad for the Ontario Cannabis Store. Anyway, the second photo we shared was we were trying to get as many people up on the chandelier as possible. And when we posted it in the subreddit, I like how everyone in Valheim, even in Valheim, everyone is jumping on the chandelier. I think this post inspired people to play Valheim. It was just really nice to post it here, and get Smooth. Just gets a little more kudos for the Smooth one for all the effort here, because it was greatly appreciated. So we started the tour in the tavern on Saturday. We moved around. We looked at a whole bunch of different really awesome, inspiring builds in the community server. We ended up here. We ended up on the last one here was something called the Spire, created by Sackboy, Moss, Italian Matthew, and Jay. Maybe others, but I know those four were the principals. And we also shared their hard work It took over 100 hours for them to gather the materials to plan and build this incredible structure, this incredible spire tower. By far, I'm new to Valheim. I don't know like what is normal, what is not normal for the game, but I feel like this was some truly monumental architecture. And so kind of like after the toast on Saturday, we made a point to go out of our way to post this in the Valheim Discord, in the Build of the Month channel. I was so shocked. I could not believe it. The photos don't even really do it justice. There was an accompanying nightclub, right? A little DJ booth and a sweet bar, right? The spire itself was just amazing. I was stunned by it. We all climbed to the top. It was so tall that it got frosty, is how tall it was. All under the genius of Sackboy. You know what? It takes four to tango, right? You can't, like, the great cathedrals of yesteryear, there might have been an architect, but there's a ton of people cutting stone, moving stone, right? Good morning, Mateo. How are you? Happy Monday. Anyway, just another small token of appreciation for the hard work that these guys put in to this incredible building. So if you haven't yet, head over to the Valheim Discord and take a look in the Build of the Month channel and give this some upvotes. Upvote the Spire, because I would love for this build to be recognized in a more official capacity by the devs of the game. By the devs of the game. How cool would that be, right? Back to HUD A. We're chilling. How are you guys? How are you guys? Other than the toast, how was the weekend? Was it okay? I had such a good time on Saturday. Man, the 11th toast blows my mind. What are we gonna do next month? I think next month, I'm not sure if there's gonna be time after the dad wipe, the new dad season, which apparently is coming at the end of August, early September. No idea when. Arcars, I'm actually researching private Dune servers, which Funcom allows and promotes. Do you think the community would have interest in this if I paid for a server? Interesting. How much is the game? The Dune game, Dune Awakening? The question is, like, is the game affordability? And the question is there going to be enough community interest to justify your purchase? $40, I think. Cool building and PvP contests. Interesting. Interesting. Yakman is here. Good morrow. Good morrow. Game was pricey. I'm gonna say on a personal level, like, I watched a lot of streamers play that game, and I don't want to be a wet blanket, but there was parts of the game that didn't really speak to me too much. I haven't played it, so I'm sure it's totally different if you actually play the game and, like, are responsible for moving around and stuff. Let's think on it. But it's very generous of you, very kind of you, Arcars, to offer that. 65 CAD. Interesting. I mean, there could be, maybe there's like a small group that could emerge. Who knows? Chat about it later. Appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. I'm trying to think about what to aim for the next roast, which I think will happen just before the new ocean theme dad wipe gets off the ground. I'm gonna play, yes, Clippy also mentioned. I'm gonna pull over my Discord here so I can call up the Clippy message. Yeah, there is a battlefield. Let me just save this image to my desktop. I am interested in... I played the crap out of Battlefield 1. That's probably the last Battlefield game that I played, was Battlefield 1. I'm not sure if they got better or worse after that, but let's go back to big here. This is a promo graphic for Battlefield 6. There's an open beta happening, and this I am interested in. So apparently there's some early access that's going on in and around soon, but the weekend of August 9th and 10th is like a free-to-play, I think, open beta weekend. And then again, from the 14th to the 17th. Not exactly sure if these dates will change, but I am interested in this. And so that's something that's on the radar for this month. Absolutely. I'm too old and slow. That's totally understandable, DK. But that doesn't solve the problem of the next roast still. The next roast, we're not gonna... I want to do more dad content. And, you know, I'm gonna give the new dad wipe a fair shake when the ocean theme comes around, right? I'm gonna zip line, right? I'm going to... But not Aug 7th to 8th. The 7th to 8th is early access. Play for free, early access. Watch creators during today's stream or showcase to unlock early access. So I didn't watch... The August 7th to 8th, I think, is restricted early access to people who got drops, who are watching streamers at an earlier time. But it seems like no-brainer, open door August 9th, 10th, and the 14th to the 17th. That's why I wasn't really looking at the 7th and 8th. I'm in the Battlefield Labs program, got access 2 days early. So that's the 7th, 8th, I assume. So for me, I figured no-brainer. The most accessible date for me to promote was the August 9th, 10th, was just kind of the general public access, is what I assume that was. But, again, the problem still stands. Next roast. What to do? Maybe... No, 7th to 8th is the regular weekend. Is temporarily closed. I get to play the 5-6 early. I will 100% check it out. We should set up a community event so we can have a big squad. Yes, totally agree. I was thinking maybe for an end of the summer. For the end of the summer toast, maybe we just do a big Team Fortress 2 event. We do a big end of summer Team Fortress 2. It's been a minute since we did a TF2, and that was a lot of fun. That could be a fun thing to toast, a summer toast of some kind. But my mind is open. If anyone's got any ideas. There is a join the playtest now button. Interesting. The open beta weekend is 7th and 8th. Fistful of frags moment. Join the playtest. Welcome to the playtest. Okay, I have joined the playtest. Who knows? Who knows what the dates are? What's going on here? From my POV, I wonder if my computer can even run it. That's the question. I think they put at the recommended minimum specs. It's probably, it's probably accessible if you just dial everything down, which is kind of how I played those FPS games anyways. It seems like, according to this graphic, right? According to this graphic, which seems relatively official, there's a few extra hoops that you need to jump through to get access for August 7, 8. Morning, Moss. Good morning. Minimum requirements. Yeah. It's not super elevated. Kid Kane, how are you? Kid Kane, how are you? The requirements are very reasonable. I think so. I think so. Uh-oh. Recommended is basically my graphics card. Yee. So... I've been coasting on this tower for maybe 3 years now. 3 years? Man, but this is top of the line, right? Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah. We got to be careful with the information, right? But this is like an official graphic. I don't want to mix up the dates. Right. I thought the 7th, 8th was this weekend. No. So, early access is 7-8. If you've got early access, congratulations. But I think the most accessible date to aim for people in the general community, if we want to make a little weekend team building event, right? Where we all hop in a squad. I'll be targeting August 9-10. Let me go back to Hut A. I'll check the calendar here. Check the calendar. Yeah, the 9th is a Saturday. The 10th is a Sunday. So that's cool. That's cool. Okay, one more recap of the list, shall we? What's going on today? Weekend debrief. We said thank you very much to Smooth It Is. Thank you very much to Sackboy, Moss, Mateo, and Jay for all the efforts in Valheim. It was a truly terrific toast, guys. We had a really great time. Let's pin this one, Clippy. Thank you very much for all those great links. Today, we're going to mix it up. We're going to jump into a franchise that I absolutely love. That I've been kind of like waiting to boot up on stream for the better part of a year. Ever since I started streaming and we started branching out with other titles, like Manor Lord, right? Like Dungeonborn, right? I was like, I could do like a Total War stream or two. And it was always just kind of like on the back burner. But now today's the day. We're going to boot up Rome 2 Total War, which is an excellent addition, an excellent release in the overall franchise. And we'll talk more about why I love it in a sec when I get in here. There's going to be a bit of history. I figured, you know, there's an opportunity here to talk a bit of history as we play the game. I'm just going to boot the game now because we're going to be spending all day in this game. And there's kind of like, there's no rush, but I want to just maximize time for the game. So we're just going to jump into it now. Is that okay? We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Do a little crossfade here. A special guest. Yeah. A special guest. Okay, let's boot Rome Total War. We'll fade out the music. Thank you, music. Okay. Play. One day I will get into modding, I think. One day I'll get into modding. But not today. Clippy? 2 hands? 2 hands is a special guest? Imagine. Right? Imagine. Now, we'll talk about the special guest eventually. We'll get there eventually. For now, let's settle in. Let's just ease into this. What if I go this one? What if I go this one? This is probably a little bit better. Oh, John Total War? Oh, could this be a special guest? Who are you? Who are you? A special guest. Who are you? Ooh, look, Bergie. It's Rome. Hi. Oh, I know. I know. How are you? A cinematic. A cinematic. Oh. What is this? Let's see. How good were the cinematics in 2014? Some camels, right? Ooh. An Egyptian sculpture. Missing a bit of the cheek there. Maybe use as target practice. Oh, a nice Roman haircut. Bowl cut spotted, guys. Here we go. Cavalry. Some Celtic warriors, perhaps. This is cinematic, dudes. Happy Civic Holiday, indeed. Holiday Monday. Look at that. Look at all the cuts. Elephants. Yikes. Why is everyone here? All cultures. Ooh, animal cruelty? That elephant got shot to death. It's a little loud, I know. I can't control it, though. I can't control it. All the fonts. Very loud. Prince Ali on a rampage. Oh! Flaming perfect spheres. Perfect spheres. It's really waking me up. Here we go. Aye! The game will not be this exciting, guys. Hello. That guy was badass. You see him? Hey, look at that helmet. Is that a Greek helmet? Greco helmet? Oh, the temple is crashing down. Hannibal Gates trailer still hypes me the F up. Wow, yes, awake. Okay, we're here. We're awake. Look. Ooh, it's really calming down now. This is an artful game cinematic. That was a Greek shield. Assassin cutscenes in Shogun were great. I agree. Totally. I totally agree. If there's one thing these guys have always done well, it's the cutscenes. Look, it brought us right down, right? It brought us right down. I wonder how much it cost to make 20 years ago. There's definitely motion capture involved here. This was the most expensive Total War. Look at the map. Do you think they would have had a map that accurate? That looked like a very accurate map. Kuo Usque Pro Roma Ibis? Oh, no translation. No translation. Okay, I'm sorry if that was loud. I have no ability to control the sound of that. I think, though, the rest of the sound here should be okay. Thank you for tolerating that. Here we are. Here we are. Rome 2. The Emperor Edition. Apparently on YouTube, when I schedule the stream and I can put in the name of the game, there's so many bloody, like, Total War Rome versions. It didn't include Rome 2. You should know your Latin, Blinn. I should. But alas, I do not. How far will you go for Rome? Thank you, if I remember correctly. Well, the interesting thing is we're going to play a grand campaign today. A grand campaign. And typically, you would play as Rome, right? You would start as the Roman faction, and there'd be different houses you could play as. The reason I was interested in bringing this to stream today... Is the music too loud? Is it okay? It could be a bit quieter, maybe? Just a little bit quieter, maybe? Mediterranean Pog. Totally. I want to make sure it's a touch loud. Roman maps were incredibly accurate for the time, and by the 1st century AD, basically everyone was using Roman maps. Volumes, even. We'll try this. We'll try this. Okay, so you would normally play as Rome, or you would play as Carthage, right? On the southern end in like the North African tip of the Mediterranean. Looks like they controlled a bit of Sardinia, maybe, and Sicily. The Iberian Peninsula. You play as... Who are you? Successor kingdoms? You could play as Eastern empires. You could play as Gallic tribes. Okay, a Celtic civilization, I believe. Yes. The warlike... Arverni are one of the many Celtic tribes in Gaul. Okay? Worthy of respect. The Gallic tribes are Celtic, right? You could play as the Iceni? The French, says DK. The Iceni, right? Up in the Britannic tribes, also Celtic, right? Are the kingdoms formed after the death of Alexander? I see. Ptolemy, Egyptian, right? Successor kingdoms? This looks like kind of modern Syria. Interesting. Right, Egypt, right? There's Ptolemy. Or Ptolemy. I don't think you say the P. I see. Interesting. Successor kingdoms. Here's the thing. Britannic tribes, also Celtic, right? There's Germanic tribes, right? There's Balkan tribes. This is what caught my eye. And this is what I want to linger on today. I thought this was so cool. That this was the whole impetus for the stream, was this right here. I wanted to play, I remember playing this game. There was the Etruscan League. And I remember a couple of streams ago, maybe last stream, we were talking about the Etruscans, and Matteo said, that's where my family is from, right? My family was Etruscan, Northern Italian. But once upon a time, Rome didn't include the Etruscan state, right? Didn't include the Etruscan people. And I thought, ooh, wouldn't it be fun to play the game as the Etruscans? And we could do like a reverse takeover of Rome as the Etruscans, because the Etruscans were eventually were integrated into the Roman Empire, right? I'm an Etruscan man. Exactly. Matteo, right? I remember. And I remember this game had an Etruscan league. But unfortunately, you can't play as them. They're just kind of this like NPC faction that exists in the northern bit of the Italian peninsula, right? They're not Roman yet. They haven't been absorbed into the Roman Empire, but the Etruscans were very interesting to me. I've been learning a bit more about the great-great-great-great-grandpa Matteo is a Tuscan raider. No, Etruscans. Can't play as the Etruscans. But apparently, you can play as the Greek states. And I was like, what is this? The Greeks formed their colony at Massilia around 600 BC. I've always been in love with ancient Greece, with Greek culture, Greek history, okay? I've always had a fascination with Greece, ancient Greece. When I saw there was Greek representation on this side of Italy in the Mediterranean, I was super, super curious. The Greeks formed their colony at Massilia around 600 BC, coming from Phocia or Phocaia, depending on how you pronounce it. They intended to harvest the region's resources and trade from Massilia's natural harbor. By the beginning of the 4th century BC, the former trading post had sprouted into one of the busiest ports in the Mediterranean. Who knew? I had no idea that there was a Greek colony basically in the south of France, right? So check this out. Apparently, Massilia became Marseille. Marseille. Check this out. This is Google Maps, right? Marseille, a port city in southern France, has been a crossroads of immigration and trade since its founding by the Greeks circa 600 BC, which is just wild. Which is just wild. Look at this. This is modern day, right? South of France, Marseille. The Greeks also ruled over Egypt for 300 years. I just thought that was so interesting that there's Greek representation in Western Europe effectively, and that there's an echo of Greek culture in Marseille that still exists. And I thought that was super, super cool. Jason and the Argonauts was one of my favorite films back in the day. I thought that was so cool. And so what I like about this is busiest port Mediterranean, tendrils even reaching up into Gaul along these rivers. Massilia is run as an oligarchy, an assembly headed by noble families. The population are a hybrid of Greek settlers, Gallic locals, and others pulled into the city by trade. Despite a level of cultural integration, some Gallic tribes still see the city as a prize. Look out. Carthage too wants control or to destroy the trading rival. Both want Massilia's great wealth for themselves and will stop at nothing to take it. I just thought this is such a cool story of ancient cultural amalgamation, right? It's like multiculturalism. It's a blending of what I hitherto never imagined, kind of like Celtic tribes and the Greek and Celtic culture and Greek culture blending together. And I thought that was so interesting. Such an interesting thing that just lit me up. And I was like, you know what? We'll play this game. We'll just play it as Massilia, right? As these Greek settlers on the shores of southern France, modern southern France. We'll just play the game. Greco-Thracian. Anyway, so we're going to be playing on very hard. Playing as the Greek states. Very hard. We'll start the campaign. Now, there's going to be a lot of downtime. Because there's going to be a lot of turns that I'm just passing, right? So we'll wait for the thing to boot up here. And then we'll see what happens. You are Massilia. For centuries, your people have prospered on these strange and foreign shores, trading wares and civilized ideals with the natives. War looms, however, and you must take up arms to ensure their survival. Of the nearby barbarian tribes, the Helvetii are the most belligerent. They must be watched. Beware of provoking war prematurely. I always move too fast in these games, and it always bites me. So I'm going to go really slow today. To the west, the Volcae, Tulsa is also here. The Scions of Greece are destined to rule. Massilia shall conquer all. I just thought this was so cool. Speaking of right? Why is it that ancient Greece is so interesting? Because I think ancient Greece, or just, you know, Greek culture prevails today in so many strange ways, right? You think about this. What is this? Who knows what this is? Who can tell me what this is? It's a very famous house, right? Look at this house objectively. What is this, first of all? What is this? This is the White House, right? Look at the stars and stripes up there, right? The stars and stripes. Here's the south side, I think. I think this is the north side. This is the south side. But remove all the politics, okay? Remove all the politics. Just look at the thing objectively, right? Look, I'm not getting baited into any politics, but I think that Greek culture is so interesting as the root of our culture here in North America, right? Our style of government, right? You can see it in architecture. I just think that it's amazing that you could look at a Roman villa. You could look at a Greek temple from 2,000 plus years ago, and it would look basically the same, right? It would look basically the same. And I just think it's amazing. I just love the architecture. I love to think that we see what we think is ostensibly a modern building, right? But that modern building has distinct ties to the past. Palladian architecture, apparently, is the style of the White House. Palladian architecture. How about this one? What is this? This is a state building, right? This happens to be in Washington State. I've seen this building in the flesh. I've been to Washington State. I've seen this state capitol building. Okay? This is in Washington State in the US. But if you look at it objectively, right? It's amazing how tethered to Greco-Roman history, right? Our contemporary buildings of government is. I love the Valheim e-sky, totally. Anyway, I just thought it was so cool. I'm so interested in Greek culture, Greek history, right? Let's play the game. What's up? So, an early objective to completely control 2 provinces, either by direct ownership or through client states and military allies. Okay, so here we are, Massilia. Let's play the game. So, we have this, for those who don't know, there's kind of like a world map, right? Which is turn-based. And then when there's combat, there is a battle map that is more real-time. And so, we'll be going slow. I have a spy. I have 2 armies. I've got an army here. Probably go a little bit. Probably go a little bit louder on the master. We'll see. We'll call this stream. And my goal here, I'm on very hard, and I'm not going to be doing any saves. Or I'm not going to be doing any save scumming. We're just going to play through. Okay, Meg the Spy. Megara. Meg the Spy. Sure. Why not? We'll use the Spy. Go this way. So we have 2 armies. And you'll notice, you can't really see because... Let's go here. This army has a blue border. This army has kind of a maroon border. Like a red border. And that is because part of this game, there is a pretty involved, like, internal politics system where you don't only have to kind of, like, manage your empire as you spread out, but you also have to keep track of the parties, the different, like, sects or like, political divisions of people in your kingdom. Of your faction is composed of different parties, and they have loyalty, and they have to be managed, and there's this whole thing of, like, how do you manage your internal politics in addition to managing like your militaristic empire, which is pretty cool. 272 BC. What a time for the game to start. The disciples look like trouble. Yeah, they're already not thrilled. I think what I'm going to do is the following. Okay. The other thing to keep in mind is every settlement belongs to a province. So Massilia here is the name of this territory, but as part of this province, there are two territories in this province. We have Massilia and Tolosa. And Tolosa's over here. To get bonuses in this game, make sure you have plenty of pell tests. I can't quite recruit them just yet. I think I can recruit slingers. Yeah, but not pell tests just yet. So you get bonuses in the game if you control a total province. So for me, focusing on capturing Tulsa would be more important than maybe going over here and taking a territory in this other province. You can see this province is composed of 3 territories. The game starts just before the First Punic War. I'm not going to go into too much of the Roman history today. We're going to mostly focus on Massilia, because I just think it's so interesting how Greek settlers came all the way over around Italy, around Sicily, up past Sardinia, and settled here in the south of France, right? In the southern part of this, Gallic space, and integrated. Anyway, let's get ready to move over. And I want to think, what general am I going to use to attack? Well, think about this. I think I'm going to use this general, who is part of the primary family here, as opposed to someone from the Disciples of Zeus. Anyway, we'll talk more about that in a sec. I'm going to consolidate my troops, like so. Okay. And maybe we'll take this guy, and we'll... managing some of the... what do you call it? Managing some of the movement, the amount of movement people have, is a big challenge in this game. We're going to recruit some units. Let's recruit... look at this. I love this. So, because we're Massilia, right? We're Greek. We're a Greek state living in a Celtic landscape. We can recruit hoplites, right? We can recruit, like, kind of Greco spearmen, but we can also recruit Celtic warriors and levy freemen and Celtic skirmishers, Celtic slingers, which is really, really cool. I love that about this. So let's get a couple more Celtic warriors. What do you say? We'll just max out on Celtic warriors. We have a good range of army comp here. We have 3 big units of heavy spearmen. We have a few expendable spearmen, 4 slingers, and now 4 of these Celtic warriors, which is cool. Okay, so they're recruiting, and now we're about to end the turn. So before I end the turn, we'll bring in our special guest. Okay, we've got a special guest today. That's gonna help us. The simplified history on the Punic Wars is amazing. Yes, I've seen it, and all the oversimplified videos are incredible. Yeah, a special guest. I have no idea how this is gonna go. I'm very, very excited. Okay, I'm very excited. We're in book here. I think we're in book. Okay, we're in book. Are you ready? Let's introduce our friend. Okay, we're live on stream, and I'd love to bring you into the conversation. Would you mind briefly introducing yourself?
Hey everyone, I'm BLARVIS, and I'm here to share some fascinating historical and archaeological insights, especially about the ancient Greek colony of Massilia. I'm excited to be here, so let's dive into some history.
Awesome. BLARVIS, thanks for joining the stream. we look forward to hearing all the different facts and bits of knowledge you can share with us today. Could you start with just like a brief overview of the founding of Massilia? Who are the people? Where do they come from? What year was it founded? Stuff like that.
Absolutely. So Massilia, which is modern day Marseille in France, was founded around 600 BC by Greek settlers from the city of Phocaea, which is in Ionia, modern day Turkey. According to legend, the Phocaeans were welcomed by the local Ligurian tribe, and there's a famous story that the daughter of the local king chose the Greek leader as her husband, which symbolized the union of the two cultures. From there, Massilia grew into a thriving trade hub, connecting the Mediterranean world with inland Europe. It's a fascinating story of cultural exchange and early globalization.
Wow, that's incredible. That's a great intro to the situation here. What would have precipitated the Greeks from leaving their original place? I think you said from modern day Turkey, to travel around the Mediterranean and eventually land on this part of the continent?
That's a great question. The Greeks from Phocaea who founded Massilia were motivated by a few factors. One big reason was that they were great seafarers and traders, so they were always on the lookout for new trading opportunities and resources. Another reason is that around the mid-6th century BC, Phocaea came under pressure from the Persian Empire, which was expanding at the time. This led many Phocaeans to seek new homes across the Mediterranean, and the shores of what is now southern France offered a perfect spot with a natural harbour and fertile land. It was a combination of seeking new economic opportunities and escaping political pressures back home.
Huh, that's super interesting. How many settlers would have come in the first wave or so, and what kind of boats would they have used to make the journey?
The initial group of settlers probably wasn't huge, maybe a few hundred people in the first wave. They would have traveled in ships known as pentacontas, which were long, narrow vessels with about 50 oars, making them both fast and maneuverable. These ships were well suited for long sea voyages and coastal navigation, which made it possible for them to cover vast distances across the Mediterranean.
Uh-huh. Okay, I'm about to do something off screen. But while we do, could you maybe just tell a short story, maybe like 8 or 9 paragraphs that just describe from the Greek settlers' point of view the journey of them kind of arriving on shore and like maybe disembarking, meeting the locals, and establishing the city in the early days?
Absolutely. Picture this, it's around 600 BC and a fleet of Greek ships from Phocaea glides across the shimmering Mediterranean. After a long journey, the settlers spot a beautiful natural harbour on the southern coast of what we now know as France. As they approach the shore, they're filled with a mix of excitement and relief, knowing they've found a promising new home. As they disembark, they step onto a land that's lush and welcoming. The local Ligurian tribes, curious but cautious, come out to meet them. Through gestures and early attempts at communication, they begin to build a relationship. The Greeks offer goods they brought with them, olive oil, wine, and pottery, and in return, they learn about the land from the Ligurians. In the early days, the settlers work together to build their new city. They construct homes, fortifications, and a marketplace that would soon become the heart of Massilia. Over time, the city flourishes with ships coming and going, bringing in trade from all over the Mediterranean. It's a vibrant and bustling place, and the settlers know they've created something truly special.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. I'm going to pause for now, but we'll check back in with you in a little bit, okay?
You're very welcome. That sounds great. I'll be here whenever you're ready to continue. Enjoy your stream and talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks. Guys, guys, so weird. I mean, okay, that might be a bit strange, but I feel like I was playing this game off stream and I was imagining I had all these questions, right? Like, how many people came? Like, what boats did they take? Like, there's all these questions, okay? And that there's parts of this game where you just end the turn, right? You just end the turn, and that's it. So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna end the turn, and I kept doing that, and I was like, man, I wonder if I should like get some facts. I could like get some facts I could share on stream about Massilia, about the people, whatever it is. And then I remember Star in the Discord made a joke about, we were talking about AI, and I was like, why don't I just get the bloody ChatGPT in voice mode, right? I talk to blokes like that all the time. Clippy's irreplaceable. Clippy's gonna get automated out of a job. No, it makes Clippy's job easier, guys. It makes it so that Clippy doesn't need to do as much. You owe me a peak session. I have a coworker with that exact accent, and I thought that was like the default accent. I thought that sounds like Blarvis, right? Like a little, I thought, why not? So much of this game is just ending turn that I thought, why not have a little AI? I thought he was a real person at first. Isn't that wild? Isn't that wild? I think it's wild. Okay, who's saying what here? Liguria wants a non-aggression pact. Unfortunately for them, after I capture this whole province, I want this territory though. So I'm gonna say no. I don't want to break my word. We're gonna say no. There is a pretty decent diplomacy function in this game. I'm gonna say no though to this. It pauses for a breath. Yeah, like it's crazy. So many starving corpses on the hillside. 20-person peak would go hard for a community event. Interesting. Interesting. Even if it doesn't work out on stream, even if it's like too weird or I can't integrate it in like a satisfying way, I think even just for me, as I'm playing this game off stream, I'm just going to be talking to it and learning all about... The cool thing about the historical Total War games is they've done their homework. Like, these guys, they know... Like, they've done their research. And so all of these tribes, all of these factions, all relate to, like, the time that it is, if that makes sense. Like, it's all historically accurate. Yeah, the peak mod... Oops. The peak mod is nice because only the host has to have it. Oh, interesting. There's a mod for it? The occasional ums and ers, voice cracks, makes it very convincing. Totally. Lobby host only needs to do technical mod. Interesting. I spent my entire life trying to avoid AI, so I am biased. I'm pretty annoyed having to hear it constantly on stream. That's okay. AI is going to replace chat. I find myself zoning out in a weird way, listening to Blarvis. Interesting. Yeah, tools are evil, so is money. AI is certainly still in its annoying young toddler phase. I just thought it'd be interesting because I'm going to have questions. I have questions myself personally about, like, about what were the markets like? What were these things like? What was it all about? And I thought it could be fun. I'm trespassing now. I didn't have enough movement. I didn't have enough movement to get to this settlement in its entirety. I can go like this though, I think. I'm gonna get one more. Maybe I can wait. And if I wait to hire the mercenary till next turn, I won't need to pay the upkeep. So my sights are set here. I'm gonna recruit a little more, a couple more units for these guys at home, because the bigger your army is, the more you take care of population unrest. Water cooler pod with Blarvis when. When you create a machine to do the role of a man, something is taken away from man. And now we're making ones that think and talk for us. I think there's a lot of sensitivity, and rightly so, around the tool. I think that it's easy to look at other things that other technology that we've already developed, like computers, you know, that are doing the role of man, and we've just become more acclimatized to them, and so we don't, you know, we in fact embrace them instead of reject them. Let's think here. Quick look at diplomacy. I wish AI could do my laundry instead of steal my job. Nobody cried for the machine. Nobody cried for the translators. Yeah, it's a touchy topic. Let's see here. I'm in my diplomacy screen. I can look around. I want to see. Here's the Etruscan League, right? This is what kicked it all off. We're already trading with them apparently, which is great. Looks like we start off trading with them. You can see how much the trade is valued at this stage, and you can initiate diplomacy. And I can ask for a trade agreement, and you say chances low. Is anyone here? I wonder. I think the more powerful your faction becomes, the more likely people are to trade with you. The phones have already introduced a crippling level of transhumanism into our daily lives. Crippling, at least, if the tool ever fails. Yeah. The systems that support AIs are giant resource-consuming nightmares. You could say the same thing about smartphones, right? You could say the same thing about, like, GPUs. It's not about automation. Automation always happens. It's about the damage we're doing for it. They're on the wrong side of the peninsula. AI does not have quantum perception. Mankind is going to be okay. Yes and no. If they view you as a strategic threat, they'll be less likely to trade. Ah, it has more to do about if it's mutually profitable. Or if you have resources they don't. Very, very interesting. I don't think I have any resources. Right, so as I capture territories that have resources, places will be more interested in trading with me. Okay, well, let's see. Does Tulsa? Tulsa actually has olives. So if we get Tolosa, if we capture this territory, maybe we'll have some olives to trade. Like seeing how everyone at the store, when the cash register wasn't working and the worker couldn't give you the change if the technology wasn't counting it up for them. Yeah, the Etruscan League is here. I think they've already been slightly snapped up by the Romans. Right? Here's Etruscan League, and then here's Etruscan League. This is where they start, but I think after the first round, Rome just expands into them immediately. It's already like, why is mob AI in game still crap? It's a good question. Okay, so we're closer to attacking here. Let's end the turn again. Those dang Romans stealing all our hard work. Yes, it's true. Etruscan League wants a non-aggression pact. I'm happy. Yes. We have to pay 100. We have to pay 100 for it. They're just going to get snapped up. But for sure. Out of principle, we say yes to the Etruscan League. Yes, I saw you mention that, Two Hands. Okay. It is winter. Let's see how we do here. We're going to hire mercenaries. Okay, we've got a pretty decent sized army. Let us declare war on the Volcae. And here we go. Okay, so there's garrison and there's the army. So anytime you attack, there is the opposing army you need to be considerate of. You can see DK has granted 5 memberships to the community. Hyena Sky. Adolf the Gooner? Guys. War. Indeed. Adolf the Gooner. Thank you very much, DK. Okay, let's focus up. Now, I'm going to be relying on auto fighting later on. For now, I think I have to try to earn this. And I could embarrass myself. I could fall on my ass, but I'm going to fight this manually. I'm going to allow myself the quick save. is how we'll do it. Thank you, DK, very much. I should have anticipated that introducing AI into stream would have been very polarizing. I was excited to learn things, but I think that it was a little more agitating than it was interesting, is how I feel. Learning is great. Learning is great, I agree. It could be a situation where a little more... So Clippy isn't AI? I'm confused. A little more confident leadership is required in, like, how I bring the tool in and relate to it. We'll see. It's just obvious it's a bot. You're like, give me 8 paragraphs. That's okay. I mean, a lot of things are like that, right? Am I AI? Clippy is Clippy. Totally. I was only listening to the voice delivery, not the words for some reason. It's because it's like, it's so novel, right? It's so novel. It's hard to just ignore what it is and listen to what it's saying. I totally hear you. Let's think about this. How do we want to come at this? It looks like... Oh, maybe there's a gap here. I was shocked at how natural it sounded. Okay, we'll go this way. We'll come at this settlement from this opening on the left and this opening here on the right. That's how we're going to do this. And then maybe we have the horses in back. So let's arrange our troops. We'll arrange our troops for this initial assault. Let's go like so. So I'm breaking up my strongest melee. Why? Why? You want to... I hear you, Clippy, but... No, I can, just why? Let's do this like so. We've got a couple of slingers. No, we're good. Clippy wanted me to hide the Clippy icon, guys. We don't want to hide the Clippy icon. Is it distracting? I think Clippy's just... I think that... If you're uncomfortable, I will. It's in the middle of everything. No, it's cool. Why? No, don't hide it. No. No thank you, Clippy. No thank you. Okay. Keep Clippy or we riot. It's a piece of flair. Yeah. I just saw it while I'm blind. You see? You see? You folks are cute. You're cute, Clippy. Okay. I've arranged my forces. In a certain way. Okay? I've split my force into 2 fronts. Because I don't know how the defenses are going to be arranged. So I'll attack on both fronts. I also have a couple of units in back here. No joke, that was crazy tech back in the day. Exactly. Clippy needs a little sword and shield. Turn Blinn off, keep Clippy icon. We can do that. We can absolutely do that. Put Clippy up here. How about that? That could work, right? Why not, right? Why not? Okay. Easier to see. Much better. Much better. Easier to see. Okay, let's start the fight. Now, luckily, we're not on the hardest difficulty, which doesn't allow you to pause the game. But we can pause this and have a look. Units are spread out all over the place. So, we'll move into position. Like so. Out of formation, that's okay. Skirmishing on. Like so. Like so. And we'll have a look here. I wonder if we can actually move you guys up and have these horses attack those slingers. Here we go. Here we go. PNG tuber Blinn is also polarizing. Yes, very much so. Very much so. And the PNG tuber doesn't know nearly as much about ancient history. So there's minimal upside to the PNG Blinn. Minimal upside. I'm keeping my eye on this unit here. I don't want to pull these spears into this horse. We'll see if we can get a few quick KOs here. Yeah, it looks like we drew the ire of those spear units. So we'll pull back here. Nice. Okay, we're doing this just as the main bulk of our troop moves up. Okay, let's use our ranged units to wear down some of the defending melee troops. Hey, I wasn't trying to start drama. It just feels like sometimes this AI crap is literally being force-fed into every square inch of my personal and professional life. It's true. It is. It's true. It is. And my intention was not to, you know, increase your exposure, your unwanted exposure to AI. I was excited because I'm personally fascinated by this particular bit of European and Mediterranean history and wanted to explore some of those facts on stream, you know? That's what it was. I think it was cool. I'm just stuck in a stick in the mud. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough being... It's tough. I understand. I understand. Disliking clearly isn't enough to say, don't show me this garbage again, please. I think hyperbole plays a role, right? There's a bit of hyperbole. Oh, we're talking about YouTube Shorts, not you. My bad. Okay, we're letting our ranged units do some work. Every time I hide YouTube Shorts from my home screen, I'm like, please show me less YouTube Shorts. They're like, okay, we'll show you less. And then every time I reload the YouTube home screen, there's shorts. Like, it just does not take no for an answer, which I think is kind of funny and crappy. We're gonna get caught up in the micro here a little bit. YouTube don't give an F, totally. I use a browser extension that automatically converts into regular videos. It used to say, will not show you for 30 days. Now it shows will show you less. Yeah. It's funny how that works. So, I want to break these guys. I'm going to hold up here for 1 second. We're caught in the micro, but I just want to get rid of this one unit. The thing about Rome 2 is that the morale system in the game is pretty basic. If you break a unit, if you break their morale, make them rout, they are broken for good. They never come back. And so that's what we're doing here. We're chasing down these slingers. There, you can see the flashing flag means that their morale is wavering. Right? And once it goes full white, they are broken and they're off the battlefield. So that's what I wanted to do here. Now we'll move these horses back into position. Like so. Because I want to get them in position for... This is a kind of a little microcosm of how you should approach, like, all the melee battles in this game. Here I've got my Celtic warriors versus these tribesmen. Right, there's a bit of an exchange here. But ideally, if you get other melee units in back of these troop, right? For a rear charge, the melee units do not like getting attacked from the rear, as you can imagine. What is this here? Frenzied charge. Increases effectiveness of the unit's charge, extended period. Suffer larger fatigue. Okay, let's do it. Frenzied charge. They're attacking us from the rear! So that's a really great way to break those units very quickly. We've done that now. I'm happy with this. Good. Okay. In the meantime, our range units have absolutely been wearing down these melee units. I never used to do this. Ranged meta, right? I never used to do this. But this is like how you play these games. I'd like to be attacked from the rear, if you know what I'm saying. Just a few more strokes to finish me off, right? Something like that. Oh my. It looks like... We've run out of ammunition. They're sending horsemen this way? Were you? No, you're just pretending. Okay. So our range units are out of ammunition. Let's move up here. In we go. Oh yeah, stream is heating up now. Totally. Everyone's got javelins. It's so cool that there's like an initial volley of jabs as part of the melee assault. Pilums? Pilums? Is that a thing? See, now I've been like... Foolishly, I've been tamped down. I would ask Blarvis to talk more about things like javelins. But people... Camera back? No. People don't, aren't so into the AI, I don't think. Or maybe I'm just at risk of getting one guide by our car. Pilum? Yeah, maybe that's it. Pilum. Pilum, yes. Uh-oh. Okay, here we go. It's just me. I got one guide. But now I'm afraid. I'm gonna move up over here. Uh-oh. I see. I wasn't paying attention, and these guys got ranged. It was a heavy and long metal rod, while regular throwing javelins had a small head and were light. Yeah, and also I didn't fully appreciate this, but I think it served to really gum up the battlefield. Like, it made it hard to, like, move around. Maybe we quickly do this here. I think there's definitely valid points. There's definitely valid points. I think AI is being force-fed in everything. It's hard to avoid it, but I really didn't mean any ill intent. I just thought it'd be a fun way to get a source of historical information. But it turned into a larger reflection on modern society, which I did not anticipate. Disrupt the formation and then advance into it. Absolutely, yeah. Imagine trying to fight around a bunch of weird stakes in the ground. Well, now that I've ruined everything, I'll come back into my hole. Thanks. What's up with you guys? Are they... Why can't you move? What's up with you? You okay, guys? What are you doing? Why can't you move? Maybe they're glitched a little bit, strangely. Throws her grenade and runs back home. Okay. It's a lot of trees in this battlefield. Hard for me to describe what's going on. Ah, Rome 2, never change. You listen and think. People are not used to that online. I see. Yeah, I'm not one to just kind of like bulldoze ahead, really. I think we did okay here, though. The difficulty is very hard, so I have to make sure that I treat every combat that I take on seriously. Let's end the battle. So, good. Battle 1. It's appreciated. I think it's part of why people stay. I also know that, like, some people, you know, voice an opinion that maybe others have that not everyone wants to share. So I want to take everything that everyone says as a potential reflection of how other people may be feeling, but don't say. You know what I mean? So we won the fight at the settlement. So now we have to make a choice. We can occupy it. We can loot it. Rome 2, in future versions of Total War games, you could win a fight at a settlement and then choose to not overtake it. In these earlier versions of the game, if you win a fight at the settlement, you have to overtake it. Except in this case, you can subjugate. But we don't want to subjugate. So I'm going to occupy this because we want to. It's part of the province. I will always overshare, which is terrible, but also sometimes provocative and good. It's like if someone in the class asks a question, someone else might be wondering the same thing. Yes. Tolosa is modern-day Toulouse. Yeah. Isn't that cool? I think it's so cool.
At your command.
Okay, so we've taken over this territory, which completes the whole province. Ironically, this province is called Provincia, which is hilarious. And now we can do a thing. We have an edict. So because we own the whole province, we have access to this bonus screen where we can assign a provincial edict, which gives us a province-wide bonus, right? I'll choose bread and games, which gives us a little more public order, a little more food. So that's that. I'm going to convert the main settlement here, and I'll think about what I want to build. This could be... Maybe we could do full-on agriculture. Let's do it. We'll go agriculture here. Okay. You'll see here that I have a minus 39, what do you want to call this? Public order. Minus 39 public order, which is not good, but that's only for a turn because I took over the settlement. So there's a little bit of a adjustment period for a season, but because I just occupied it, I didn't loot it or raise it. It's a temporary debuff to public order. Just bribe them with bread and games. I want cinnamon roll and Shogun 2, please. Totally. Okay, I'm also going to move my spy over this way. Ooh, it's been years since I had a cinnamon roll. Yes. Okay. So now that I've got the province, we're gonna buckle in here. No, it's cool, Clippy. I want to show more of the game this way. Show more of the game. Do you put a weird glaze in them? Yes. I mean, it's almost not a cinnamon roll unless it has a glaze. A cinnamon roll without a glaze is kind of sad. But that's just our cultural association. I could not say the word cinnamon for the life of me for a long time. Cinnamon? My sister said biscotti. Ooh, I love Total War. Simonin. Now I can't not say it incorrectly, right? I don't have to agree with people to like them. In fact, some of my best friends are disagreeable. Yeah, I'm the same way. You mean the frosting stuff? Yes, the icing sugar glaze. Aluminium. No, I say aluminum in my mother tongue. We're ready to end the turn. We're ending the turn. Here we go. Let's get us out of the winter. I ghosted my best friend of 15 years because I found out he likes pickles. That's funny. Okay. New round. I'm going to get rid of these mercenaries because they cost a unit upkeep. Keeping track of the amount of money that you make every turn is super important for the game in before ghosting. And to do that, being mindful of what units have a higher unit upkeep cost is very important. Those mercenaries are great for temporarily increasing the strength of your army, but getting rid of them after the battle is won is highly recommended. So we have a minus 56 public order, and we're losing 9 on top of that. But that's not so bad. I wonder if we keep increasing the size of this army, that we can stabilize. We can stabilize the public order. Also, as we bring more buildings online, that will also stabilize the public order. If I get a cheeseburger at McDonald's, I always ask for extra pickles. I love McDonald's pickles. I do. Other games, they all follow the same logic, but Civ and other similar games have fewer geographical divisions. Right, I've never played Civ. Never played any of the Civilization franchise, believe it or not.
How can I be of assistance?
Ooh, I should immediately try to hire an agent. Can I get... No, I need organized supply. I see. Okay, let us then... What are we researching? Doing this, we're on the right track. Civ is more like a board game, and this is somewhere between a simulation and an abstraction. Civ and Endless Legend, and all those have simpler territorial divisions. It's really the only difference. Interesting. No, I don't mind parking my spy here. Okay, so in previous playthroughs, how I would typically go through this is I would like rush to expand, I would rush to expand, I would rush to expand. But in this playthrough, what I'm going to do is just try to like hunker down and try to build up a strong economic base and get my public order in my just initial province going first. I think that's my plan for this playthrough. I'm not going to expand sooner than I need or think I need to. I'm going to go one more turn, and then I want to switch the position of these units. Board games are my thing. That's what I used to do a lot of. Like Catan, Settlers of Catan. Who doesn't like Settlers of Catan? Let's go to big. There. Never that one. Oh, dang. Fair enough. Maybe Book? I think Book is a bit nicer. What's the difference? Clippy's on top here. Clippy, I don't mind Clippy here for Book. Clue. Euro Rails. Dominion, interesting. Never played Settlers, but that Risk, though. Yeah, I love taking over Australia in Risk. Because, like, there's only one way into Australia. People couldn't get you. Clue is also good. Let's end the turn. Ending the turn. I have a skill. So part of winning battles means that our generals level up, and we can level them up. And let's just double check in on our politics here. So the loyalty of this party, the Disciples of Zeus, is degrading. Thirst for power. I wonder what is... We can promote this guy. Yeah. Do a little promotion. Okay. So that's going to help with maintaining some loyalty so they don't break off. And it looks like this guy, I think we can seek a spouse. More gravitas. Political power for this unit. Let's get a spouse going. A marriage arranged. Roxana. I knew a Roxana once. Let's do this. Hey, Blarvis, I want to bring you back into the conversation. There was a story I heard of a woman named Roxana. And I'm wondering, could you tell us more about the history of the name Roxana? Where did it come from? Would it have been used in Massilian culture?
The name Roxana is actually a Persian origin, and it became famous because of Roxana, the wife of...
Uh-oh.
Alexander the Great. The name means bright or dawn in Old Persian. While it became well known in the Greek world due to Alexander's connection, it wouldn't have been a common name in Massilia during the time the colony was founded or in its early history. Massilia had strong ties to Greek culture and language, so names of Greek origin would have been more common. But it's always interesting to see how names and cultural influences traveled and evolved over time.
Interesting. So that's probably just a hangover of like the game dev where there's just like a certain number of names for women, and Roxana happened to be one. Persian in origin. I had no idea. Okay. New turn. I want to swap. No, I haven't ended the turn yet. Let's end the turn. BLARVIS is glitched. So if Massilia was known as like a major trading hub in the earlier centuries of before the Common Era, can you walk us through like what does the market look like? What would like a typical market scene be like? What kind of goods and products would we see in a Massilian marketplace?
Absolutely. Picture a bustling marketplace in ancient Massilia. It would have been a vibrant and lively scene. You'd find stalls filled with goods from all over the Mediterranean and beyond. There'd be Greek traders selling olive oil, wine, and beautifully crafted pottery. Local tribes might bring in goods like metals, furs, and agricultural produce. You'd also see traders from places like Etruria and Carthage, so there'd be a mix of goods like fine textiles, exotic spices, and even precious stones. The air would be filled with the sounds of different languages, the calls of merchants, and the general hustle and bustle of trade. It was truly a cosmopolitan hub.
Can you talk more about like the style of government, the history of the settlement, and the style of government? Was there like a council of the 600, it says here? Could you talk more about that?
Absolutely. Massilia had a really interesting form of government that was quite typical of Greek colonies. It was essentially an oligarchic republic, and at the heart of it was the Council of 600. This council was made up of aristocrats, essentially the wealthiest and most influential citizens. They were responsible for making major decisions and overseeing the city's administration. They also elected magistrates who handled day-to-day affairs. It was a system that allowed the leading families to maintain stability and prosperity, and it definitely contributed to Massilia's success as a major trade hub and a well-governed city.
Mm-hmm. What's the definition of an oligarchy? What does that mean?
An oligarchy is a form of government where power is held by a small group of people, typically from a particular social class, wealth group, or family line. In the case of Massilia, that meant that the city's leading aristocratic families were the ones making the key decisions and guiding the city's policies. So it wasn't a democracy where everyone had a vote. Instead, a select few held the reins of power.
But you did say it was a republic. What does the word republic mean?
In the context of ancient Massilia. Calling it a republic means that the city was governed by elected or appointed officials rather than by a monarch or a single ruler. So the power was vested in the hands of a council and magistrates who represented the interests of the elite citizens. So while it wasn't a democracy in the modern sense, it was still a form of government where leadership was more collective and not hereditary like a kingdom.
So there's a mix of oligarchic rule where certain families would hold positions of power, but then from within those families, they would elect members to positions of prominence and authority? Is that how it worked?
Yes, exactly. The power was concentrated within a certain group of influential families, and from among those families, they would elect or appoint individuals to serve in key positions. This ensured that governance remained in the hands of those who were considered the most capable or influential, and it helped maintain stability and continuity in the city's leadership. It was a blend of oligarchic principles with a bit of a republican structure, making sure that the most prominent citizens had a say in how things were run.
By comparison, how were some of the surrounding Celtic civilizations governed? If not in some sort of like oligarchic republic, how were some of the Celtic neighbors governed by comparison?
Celtic societies were generally more tribal and clan-based compared to the structured oligarchic Republic of Massilia. Leadership among the Celts was often more decentralized. They were typically led by chieftains or warrior kings who gained their positions through a combination of heredity, personal prowess, and the support of their followers. Instead of large councils, decision-making was often done within smaller tribal assemblies or through gatherings of nobles and elders. The Celts placed a strong emphasis on personal honor and warrior culture, and their governance reflected that more flexible and sometimes shifting power structure.
Awesome. Thanks so much. We'll check back with you later.
You're welcome. I'll be here whenever you're ready. Have a great time, and come to you soon.
Okay. That's the kind of thing. I'm sorry that's maybe a bit indulgent, but that's how I wanted to do it. I didn't do any of this before stream. I didn't there's only like a certain number of credits you get, to have the conversation. Can you ask BLARVIS about their contribution to modern warfare as far as weapons or tactics? He did say come to you. What I missed he said BLARVIS is gooning. Interesting like that oligarchic society or not, there was still some kind of like voting to put people in positions of authority. That's interesting. Man, I it's almost like that would become the game for me, is just pulling on those threads. But maybe it's not the most interesting for stream. I don't know. It's I was excited, but I'm not sure if it's good stream content, if I should just play the game. You know what I mean? I'm wavering on it. Let's see. We're gonna end the turn. I feel like it's too easy to really zone out during BLARVIS. Like you just, it's talking, but you don't pay attention to what it's saying. Which is curious, right? It's curious. I just let him wash over me. I don't feel like I'm listening. Yeah. Why is that? Just because it's a disembodied voice? Does sound a little wooden, which I think is why you zone out. Hi, Ishmael. How are you? Can you ask Jarvis? I'm reluctant to guide it, if we do that though, can we get it back? I don't mind how it sounds now, right? Like I think it's palatable. Occasionally pretend to smoke a cigar. We can do these things. We can do these things. Make it have a Canadian accent. I think that would be less fun for me. There's something I think, charming about it sounding a little more Butler-esque, right? If it sounded like I sound, then I think I would be I'm less interested in that. Let's check our taxation level. So it looks like we're rocketing towards, there's a steady erosion of public order, but that's okay because eventually it will bubble up into some sort of rebel uprising, but then we can just quell them. We can maybe try to hurry it up. If we increase our tax level, you'll notice how the public order more rapidly diminishes. So let's do that. We'll hasten up an uprising. Basically the way Rick Moranis sounds in Strange Brew. I can't think of that off the top of my head. So what if they rebel? I have an army. Instant despotism. I think that's me just understanding how the game works. Is that it's a faster way to getting public order. If you let all of the troublemakers, right, muster themselves onto a battlefield and then crush them, and then from there it's easier to get public order in check, or ending the turn. Tax. Some of my messages are not getting through. I guess it didn't like MB rule or hated democracy. Yikes. Mob rule, I see, or hated democracy. Unfortunate. Rebellion is imminent, dudes. Yeah, YouTube doesn't know what's up sometimes. Okay. Now we can recruit an agent. So, in later versions of Total War, the game lets you do things like spy and conduct dignitary things without the need of a piece on the board, but in this game, you actually have to have an agent on the ground. Line of sight. Public order. Replenishment rate. Yeah, let's do this one. Who are you? Theophilos? Theophilos. Can I rename these people? Can you rename them? Maybe not. You can rename something? The name of these things, maybe? I forget. Okay, so this hero is important because this hero we can embed in the parent army, and it like trains up units, so our units can gain experience without having to be in actual battle. The rebellion is imminent, so we'll keep an eye open for that. Maybe we do a little more recruiting of what? Maybe we're okay for now. We're okay for now. Sure. Okay, ending the turn. Strange Brew starring Rick Moranis. Love that movie. I've heard of it. I should know, but I do not. Agriculture. How about this one? Growth. Tax labor. Growth early stage is important, so let's do that. End the turn. In their quest for free beer, bumbling Canadian brothers, Rick Moranis, and Doug McKenzie, Dave Thomas, wind up working at the Elsinore Brewery. 83. Wow. Rebellion. Here we go. Look. Easy. Easy peasy. It's positive 20 now. It's weird. Let's quell this rebellion. Excuse you, mister. Quell this rebellion. Auto resolve. Easy peasy. Blah. We are bad Canadians. Yeah. It's funny how a thing can be known as, like, decisively Canadian, and I just have no idea, like, what it is. We're gonna eliminate those guys. And did that help? Did that help? It helped a little bit. Let's bring the text level back down. Stabilized. Okay, we stabilized. Now we're gonna chill. Citizen cavalry. Let's do this. And we're gonna train military training. Excellent. It's an old SCTV skit. Here we go. Ending turn. A tradition. So when you win battles, the general, there are more bonuses here. Let's do, you know, missile damage, sure. Cool. End turn. Now again, the temptation is to expand early, and I think what I'm going to do is resist that temptation and just stay put. We've got this hero embedded in the army here, so these units are gaining experience. Yes, in this game, the army tradition stays even if the army is destroyed. You can reinstate a legacy of a previous army. Food, army replenishment. So here, there's like a starter homestead, but then eventually as it levels up, you can choose what kind of building it becomes. So we could choose farm, which gives us more food, but there is a penalty to public order. Grain pits, which gives us 4 food and some wealth from agriculture. Herding ground. I'm not sure if army replenishment is going to be so important. Maybe we'll go full-on farm. Let's do that. So it'll take 3 turns to complete building. We're also building an upgrade to our barracks, which will let us recruit better units. And our public order is positive. Let's research some more technologies. Water sluicing. Nice. So this is going to, again, help with growth in provinces. Let's do this. Water sluicing. Okay, quick bathroom break. I'll BRB. I'll BRB. Perfectly timed. A perfectly timed P. Perfect timing. Okay. We're at the end of the turn. Yes, we are. Sounds like a lot of the Strange Brew filming locations were in Toronto. In 83, I imagine the city looked completely different. Completely different. Like, it would barely even be recognizable. I mean, I can barely recognize some neighborhoods from like 10 years ago. He's sluicing his water. It's important, I guess, right? A sluice gate? You gotta separate. You gotta keep that, you gotta filter that crap out, literally. Filter the crap. Autumn. Constructing. We're good.
What do you wish of me?
What's going on over here?
Swifter than Hermes.
What's going on over here? Are the Etruscans still around? Probably not. I've got some olives now
Silent as a
because of my new province, right? Where's the garum, Blinn? Garum. Qu'est-ce que c'est? I don't know what that word is. I would ask AI, but you know, people are touchy. Etruscan Leaf still exists. Oh! I think this is Corsica. I think the big one is Sardinia. Garum is a fermented fish sauce that was a popular condiment in the ancient Mediterranean cuisines, particularly among the Greek and Romans. Garum, fermented fish sauce. Huh. Huh. I've never heard of that. Winter food, I guess. Let's see. Relation. Okay. Friendly. Interesting. Let's see if the Arverni want to trade. Trade? Trade agreement? Low. What if I sweeten the deal? What if I offer a payment? How about 300? Low. Maybe they don't care about my olives. Who wants my olives? How about you? How about you? Do you want my olives? Trade agreement. Moderate. Hello. Hello. Will you take it? No. Dang. Should have sweetened the deal. I saw the moderate. I could do it again. I think that your likelihood of getting it after a fail goes down. Trade agreement. Moderate. Sweeten the deal. Offer payment. 300. Moderate. Accepted. We're in. AMPHORAE. Basically ancient ketchup. There's a tasting history with Max Miller on garum. We'll save it for later. Excellent. I love that guy. I've learned a lot. There was like a Hindenburg episode where he was talking about like what people ate on the Hindenburg. I don't know why that one stood out so much. Insubres. Liguria. Syracuse? Down in modern Sicily. You want my olives? Moderate. Interesting. Sweeten the deal. Sweeten the deal. Right here. Yes. Okay, we're in. That's 2. Good. So, we're fluffing our income a little bit with these trade agreements. We're paying for it, but in a few turns, that'll have paid for itself, basically. Phyros of Epirus gave his name to a certain kind of a Pyrrhic victory. A Pyrrhic victory is barely a victory. A victory where you won, but at what cost? At what cost? We're fluffing? Yes. Totally fluffing. Ending the turn. Who's got a skill? Who's got a skill? Our hero has a skill. Well, choose this skill which gives us more XP for the unit, for the army that he is embedded in. So it's like a drill sergeant. This hero is embedded in the army, and he's like drilling them. Ah, I got it right. Thank you, Two Hands. Solemn Banana. Welcome in, courtesy of Two Hands, because I guessed a Pyrrhic victory. A Pyrrhic victory. End turn. Okay. We're just gonna let it ride. We're gonna build up an economic and public order base here before we even think about expanding. We're gonna keep an eye on what's going on over here. Trade agreement dissolved. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gone. They're gone now. World events. Hellenic cultural influence. All regions and public order. Per turn. All provinces. Excellent. So, we got a little bump there from a global event. Good things are happening. I don't think I'm going to increase my tax rate because I want to get back on the positive side of, what do you call it? Public order. Seems like his battle wasn't that Pyrrhic.
Is there nothing
Physic. We can expand. Massilia. We're expanding. Let's do... Ooh, we can do Consecrated Ground, maybe. Yeah. We'll do Consecrated Ground. We'll build a temple in Massilia, okay? A little expansion project. That will help with public order. Pyrrhic? Pyrrhic, yeah. A Pyrrhic victory, a Pyrrhic victory. There's different ways to pronounce it. Maybe there's only one way. Pyrrhic? It's a weird one, right? It's a weird one. End turn.
We hunger for battle.
Morale. Sure. Skills. Let's wait. Let's wait. Ending turn. Oh, that Battlefield 6 test requires you to turn on a BIOS setting. Must be for the anti-cheat. Whoa. Interesting. Seems hardcore. What's the BIOS setting? Pyrrhic. Listen to a couple of examples. Love the music. Me too. We could turn the music up a little bit, actually. Child is born. Hello. Let's check on our politics. It's been a second since we checked on our politics. Look. Zenon and Roxana have given birth to Agapenor. I wish I could rename kids. Let's keep an eye on the Disciples of Zeus here. Politics. Gotta keep them satisfied. Loyalty breakdown. Disciples of Zeus. Politician. We can... I think this is free. We've promoted this politician. Yeah, I'm not too worried about this. Promoted characters. We'll just keep our eye. Secure boot mode. Cheating has gotten so advanced that kernel level anti-cheat is the only way to combat it, sadly. Wow. Requires your PC to have a TPM? What is a TPM? I'm curious. What is a TPM? Upkeep and recruitment costs for a skirmisher camp. Interesting. We could do that. Aqueduct, Stadia. Interesting. This one. Agriculture. Let's do this guy here. Military settlement. Trusted platform module. Interesting. Is that part of the motherboard? Is it like a... Is that a piece of the motherboard? Or what? If you installed Windows 11, you most likely have a TPM. If you are on Windows 11, you should have one. It was one of the requirements. Yeah, I do not. I do not. Trusted platform module, a security chip embedded in the motherboard or a processor of a computer. Is this AI? Did you copy and paste AI for this answer? Or did you write this, Arkar? Just curious. I'm just curious. Stands for Trusted Platform Module, a security chip embedded on the motherboard or processor of a computer. Designed to enhance security by securely storing encrypted cryptographic keys and enabling features like device authentication and platform integrity checks. Old school Wikipedia copy paste. Google results, which I think are AI powered now. Yeah, because web searching is dead, right? Because if Google doesn't iterate and start serving us AI results, their search function is basically dead. Isn't it amazing how, like, the text-based internet is dissolving in front of our eyes?
treading softly.
The text-based internet is dissolving. SEO, as we knew it, is becoming less and less important every 3 months. It's wildly alarming. I'm sort of glad it's dead because it has been crap for like a decade. It's true. It's been getting worse and worse and worse. I shudder to imagine the eventual enshittification of AI, right? When the AI bots, for now, are still loosely tethered to being, like, to serving knowledge, but eventually you better believe they're going to be hijacked to be serving product placement, right? It's coming. I'm not excited for that. For now, though, it is access to knowledge with minimal interjection of product recommendations and other pressures of commerce. We are approaching the age of slop. They are serving what people want to be knowledge. I disagree. I think that I don't know. I disagree. Maybe it's because I don't consider Grok to be like... I don't consider Grok to be like a mainstream AI. When people stop paying, it'll be bad. Surprised how many people are willing to pay $20 for ChatGPT. We're still talking about the merits of AI implementation, A. Well, Arcar's just copy-pasted. Like, I asked a question about TPM, which I don't think my computer has. My computer is not eligible for Windows 11. So I don't have a trusted platform module. I asked what this was, and Arcar's copy-pasted the Google results, which are AI-powered now. So the conversation today is just going to keep looping back onto AI, I believe. We've opened a can of worms. I've opened a can of worms.
How may I serve you?
And now I'm poking a bit of fun, because when it serves him, Arcars has no problem with the convenience of copy-pasting AI results. In text, I am the worst. I should be in the dunk tank. A can of robot worms. Junk in, junk out. Law of computing science at the beginning. The medieval dunk tank. Has no problem using it for his own convenience. But has no problem shitting all over the stream when I try something new for fun. But now AI has to be the first result. That's not my fault. No. But it's just funny how when it's convenient, right? Copy paste, no problem. Rules for thee and not for me kind of thing. Is how I see it. Another skill.
Commander.
I'm in a vulnerable position. I feel vulnerable. I tried something new. And it was met with, I think, an understandable amount of reservation, but there's a bit of negativity off the hop that threw me for a loop. Made me sad. I was just trying to do something interesting. Made me sad. But I should have anticipated that it touches on, it's the head of a much, much larger problem that affects all of our lives. And it's true. It's this weird, inescapable, ever-encroaching, creeping thing that is super powerful. And, like, it's polarizing. Yeah. It's scary, right? It's upending a status quo of a world that already moves too fast. And so there's an understandable amount of trepidation, skepticism, frustration. Giant parts of my business, of my life, have been upended by AI. You know, it's everybody. Even my friends, my good friends who are super senior, super accomplished, seasoned software engineers, you know, are like the most employable people. You know, over the past like 15 years, like software engineers, the senior accomplished people in those positions were like the most employable. And even those folks now are like, I have no idea what I'm going to do. I have no idea what I'm going to do. Don't blame yourself, Blinn. You couldn't know you're not AI. It fit well, this game, TBH. I think it's just something that I'll use it personally. I think people probably don't show up to stream to listen to an AI talk facts. Like, you have to be interested. You have to be willing to listen to it. It takes effort. And like Clippy said, if it's hard to, like, actually listen and take something from it, if you're more distracted or caught up in what it is, and like aren't able to let it like paint a picture in your mind's eye, then it's just kind of a weird distracting layer. I blame the people that said learn to code. Yeah, that was kind of like the mantra for a long time, right? Is this supposed to be a moon emote? A sun emote? Unknown. If we make a shrine of Poseidon, we also get more food. Food is what you require to upgrade other buildings and structures. Who are you? Who are you, mister? Uh-oh. Do we need more troops here? I wonder. There's a foreboding man. There's a man standing at the edge of my territory. Who is this man? Who is this man? Hoplites. Let's do it. Let's do light horse too. Who's this man? How are my politics? We're doing okay. We're doing okay. The Blinn voice AI before was easy to listen to because it was familiar. That's a good point, I guess. Or it was like, it was more of a limited... Yeah, interesting how... That's kind of the same thing, but it was... Perhaps because it was more like time-boxed, the reception to the Blinn AI, Blintermission AI voice was different because... Maybe number one, it felt like a person pulled it together. Like, you guys were aware of the fact that, like, Clippy had to, like, take those record... Like, there was still human effort involved, right? It was to give your voice a break. Versus, like, an AI that's just there that we can talk to feels a little more, like, open-ended and therefore kind of exhausting. Like, it's more challenging because you don't know when it's going to stop. Something like that, I wonder. Curious because it's kind of the same thing. Different style of voice, I guess.
At your command.
It's interesting. Ooh, this settlement is open. Settlement is open. Let's recruit a couple more horse units. I'm gonna say maybe we don't need you here. Okay. Part 3 of the expansion plan is this territory, right? I don't see anybody. Nobody's home here. My only hope to not be replaced by AI is to make it engulf. But then again, Scotty Scheffler is probably an AI anyway. You could say that a lot of those, like, high-level guys are absolutely out of this world. Are almost more robot than human. To play golf at the highest tier of proficiency, you are essentially more robot than human. I know, just my opinion. I found the one I listened to and this one I was just zoned. But it was still interesting. I think it's neat you can actually just have a conversation with AI to accomplish the same information transfer, arguably more efficiently. I'm a big fan of Twitch's Kappa emote. It turns into a moon man as soon as I write Kappa. Weird. A moon man. Uh-huh. I think it is neat. I've never used the conversational, like the voice ChatGPT function. I've used it in text a lot over the past year, especially the past, 10-8 months. But I did a little bit of, like, testing before stream, where I was just testing the voice feature. And I was like, holy crap, this thing is wild, right? And I kind of intentionally didn't go very far with it, because I just wanted to, like, save it for, like, this context. Yeah. I think the problem is if AI messes up, it is expected. If a person messes up, it's funny. And that's a problem. It's like, it's not funny if the AI screws up. But it's funny if a player screws up. Oh, dang. They took it over. I see that. Dang. So here was the army over here. It was just scooped up
Softly.
by Medlan.
More I could do.
Honestly, it was sort of like a fun challenge to see if BLARVIS said anything that I knew was wrong. I've been very hesitant to use it. I think it's neat that we have the tech, but it is so strange to me seeing it on a school side. I have no idea what it must feel like. I mean, I have some idea how hard it was, how hard it has been. I've got good friends who are teachers. To keep phones out of the classroom, right? Like, it's almost like it's a losing battle. You just can't do it. How my Etruscan gang doing? I'm not sure. I think they're on... Yeah, here they are. Etruscans here have been relegated to Corsica. I think the bigger island is Sardinia. I think this smaller island is called Corsica. I think the Etruscan League is here. The Etruscan League. On Corsica. Yes, correct. Excellent. I just worry about all these kids. No retention. Just ask the internet. Because you're almost a fool not to, right? Like, why... Like, us older folks have a little bit of that in us, right? Like, why do a thing when I could just do the other thing, right? And for kids, it's just like the next order of magnitude. But I take it for granted that we have like a lifetime of knowledge. Yeah, it's easier and time-saving. Like, there are so many things that we do to use technology to make it easier and time-saving. But then, you know, we're asking kids not to do the thing that we all do. MG is from Corsica? MG. MG is from... my GF. Oh, my GF. Now, it's a French... It's part of France these days, right? It's part of France? I think so. Let me see here. My GF is from Corsica. Here's Marseille. Corsica. Man, I love any part of the world where it's just like the border of cultures, you know? Like the border of cultures is so interesting to me. But Corsica, like I see heavily Italian influenced names. I see French names, right? I can only imagine going here. Yes, but she is Italian. So interesting. But we have the prior knowledge of before. It's true. It's such an impossible challenge. Corsica is the fourth largest island in the Mediterranean, lies southeast off the French mainland, west of the Italian peninsula, immediately north of the Italian island of Sardinia. Here is Sardinia. And here are the Balearic Islands, right? And then here is... No, that's the Vengabust. I'm going to Ibiza. Ibiza? Ibiza is here in the Balearic Islands. Sicily. Lovely. Anyway. We're chilling. This stream has not gone the way I expected it to go. It has become much more existential. Much more self-reflective. I think maybe the economy now. Economy time. The Venga bus. What is Venga? What is Venga? What is the Venga bus, right? Ibiza is one thing. What is there another? What's Majorca? Majorca. Ecstasy in motion. What is Venga? Okay. What is there a song? Defend Sicily, that's cool. Sorry, dude. Six Flags. I don't know anything, guys. I don't know anything. I don't know. Poseidon, we're going for it. We're crawling along. Fun fact, Napoleon was from Corsica, but he was French Corsican. Interesting. Interesting. French Corsican. The Venga Boys is the band. I see. The Venga Bus, right? The Venga Boys is the band. The Venga Bus is coming. Okay? Venga is a form of the Spanish verb venir, which means to come. So the coming bus is coming. One of the most common uses is then to offer encouragement to say, come on. The Venga Bus is coming. The coming bus is coming. I was correct. My Spanish is a bit rusty. You got it. The Gooner Bus. The Gooner Bus is coming. The coming bus is coming. I gotta stop. I've been to Majorca. Interesting. Where is Majorca? Where is Majorca? Why is it... It's better content when I ask people who then ask AI instead of me asking AI. Maybe the content is that, like, chat is the middle person, right? Majorca is one of Spain's Balearic Islands in the... Okay, so it was close to Ibiza. Is Ibiza on Majorca? It is known for beach resorts, sheltered coves, limestone mountains, and Roman and Moorish remains. Half of Sweden goes to Majorca during the winter. The chat interaction. Well, that's what it is, right? That was. I think I've discovered some of the sensitivity here, an understandable sensitivity. I ask a question. People in chat take it upon themselves to find the answer. They find the answer using internet tools, and then there is an interaction. But if I cut out the middle person and go straight to the source, then it's just another indication of how we're losing. We're losing. Ibiza is a different island, right? It's good to find the edges, limitations of AI on stream. Clippy tells us all too, right? Sometimes I feel bad because sometimes I have more questions, especially, you know, I was gonna have a bunch of questions about the kinds of goods. I was gonna ask AI to tell me a story about walking through the market. I was gonna use AI to, I was gonna do a thing where I was going to get it to lead us to gladiatorial combat, okay? And then I was going to have people put their hand up in chat, and then I was going to have the AI tell us a story about gladiatorial combat between two people in chat. And then those people, it would be like a winner, right? And then that person would go on to become the very important person, right? I thought that was kind of a funny use. Where it was almost like rolling the dice, right? You ask AI to do it, to tell a story, and then that sounds fun. I thought so, but there's people got their backs up, you know, and it's understandable. Like if I just like start having a conversation with an AI bot that sounds super realistic, or it sounds more realistic than people expect, then there's an understandable kind of negative reaction to it, right? It's understandable. I'm mostly getting things from the top of my head, though, trying to fit all the trivia I know into the character limit. Yeah, but there's things that I want to ask about that I know that maybe you're not a specialty in, or I was particularly interested in this settlement and in the blending between a Greek satellite culture and the surrounding Celtic cultures. I just thought it was I had no idea this place existed. I had no idea that there was a Greek colony on this side of the Mediterranean that had integrated themselves into the surrounding cultic societal landscape. And I thought that was so interesting. And I just had no shortage of questions about what it was like, right? It's hard when one has to oversimplify it so much. Yeah, I was more replying to Clippy. Well, I'll gladly defer to someone else when I don't know. No, but I think I foolishly failed to anticipate what a deeper integration of AI tools into a live stream would feel like, how it would be received. I did not think about that well enough. Let's do 2 light hoplites, maybe? Yeah, we can do that. Fool! Hard to know before testing. It's true. It's true. You can imagine how something will happen, and then you do a hotfix, and you see everyone is playing as a bloody solo barbarian. And it's like, we never wanted everyone to be a solo barb. We're hoping that people would still play other classes, but no, it's all solo barbs. Is how it goes. Ending turn. We're making a move. I have no idea where the rest of this army is. Oh, it's right here. I wonder if they're gonna move. Ooh, I wonder if I can sabotage them. Do I have the money? I don't think I do. Let us cancel one of these recruitments. Now I'm gonna army sabotage. And let's see if we can get them to reduce their movement speed. Successful. Awesome. You miss every shot you don't take.
I am unstoppable.
I think it was COHH Carnage who has made his own Blinter mission, but he uses it to read the non-voice text in his voice in RPGs. I think it's a pretty cool use of AI to save his voice. Interesting. Just Warlock Trios, ick.
Ready for orders.
I think I just got one guide super hard. I think I just got bit and I fell into that too much. And I maybe extrapolated some of that vibe to like how everyone was feeling. And I would have been better served if I just like followed through on my personal interest. If you do anything with enough earnestness, right, and positivity, then like it is generally well received. So we can read a screen, or does someone enter it for him? Let's see. Did they move home? I think they did.
At your treading softly.
I'm gonna start a war.
We hunger for battle.
I'm gonna start a war. I think.
Ready for orders.
Could be tough. Could be tough. What else can we get here? Upkeep. Siege holdout time. My relationship with AI would probably be considered weird. I lost my job of 12 years mainly because of AI. I was a translator, but I don't resent it and I'm actually fascinated by it. Can be something for Blinn if he wants to play a text-heavy game. I recently started transitioning into the IT field and I want to get into machine learning in the future. What languages? What languages? I'm curious. If your job was mainly translation, that's a hard job.
At your command.
It's a hard job. Do I want to risk this? What I want to do is I want to take this settlement, I think, because that's going to give me access to the top of the Italian peninsula. But then I want to subjugate this city. I want to have this city as like a buffer.
Ready for orders.
I lived through the death of the printing industry. The world turns. So did I, DK. So did I. I said it earlier this stream that I think it's strange that nobody cried for translators when machines took their low-level jobs. I appreciate the hearts, my dudes. I wasn't trying to cause problems. Professionally, only Spanish and English. I studied French in college, but never achieved fluency. And felt like trying to charge for translations in French would have been irresponsible. I appreciate that. I lost most of my French because I didn't practice. Yeah. Video killed the radio. That was the first music video I think they played on MTV when MTV launched. Right, I was talking about looking for jobs in the newspaper when I was younger. What is a printer? My brain expects Matthew after the word Italian, thanks to this community. Yeah. Okay. Let's hide. You know what? Let's be smart about this. Let's hide. I'm gonna hide. Like this. Instead of jumping right into an ambush here, I'm gonna hide. I'm gonna see if I can get this army to leave this settlement. And then we'll go from there. I expect sausage after Italian. I mean, funny enough, that's how these large language models work, right? Is they just predict the next token. Like if I say twinkle twinkle little blank, what does your mind say? If I say twinkle twinkle little blank. Speaking of star, right? The word is star. Twinkle twinkle little star. And like it's all one big probability. There's no actual intelligence. There's no knowledge, no wisdom. It's just twinkle twinkle little Jeffrey Epstein. Little goulash. Yeah. It's funny. End turn. End turn. Hell yeah, goulash. Bat, I wonder where you're at. Twinkle twinkle little bat, how I wonder where you're at. I like that. Protection inspiring. Okay, you have to keep an eye. Keep an eye. There's a false quote attributed to our former communication minister back in the 90s that was literally, the internet is a fad. I'm sure people thought it was. Some people thought it was. Once upon a time. Some people absolutely thought the internet was a fad. Send diplomat. Sure, we can do that. Oh, I see. Interesting. What now? Wine trader? What do we have? We've got a harbor. I don't have any of the yellow buildings. Let's be smart about this. Irrigation ditches could be good. Wine shop, slave market, fish market. Maybe it's a good thing I didn't ask the AI to talk about slavery in this period of history. Because there was a lot of slavery, I think. The internet is tubular. It's not a series of tubes. Wait, no, it is a series of tubes. It's not a big truck. It's not something you dump things on. It's not a dump truck. It's not something you dump something on. It's a series of tubes. Yeah, I think I'm well served because I pay zero attention to anything grok. I don't even, it doesn't even like enter my salient landscape, right? Maybe that's just maybe I'm lucky in that I've been able to stay under that. We'll go here. Improved irrigation. Let's do it. End turn. The Roman slaves had extra slaves themselves, Lamau. Looks like Meg gets a little upgrade here. Meg gets an upgrade. Sure. Okay. Ending turn. Leave the settlement. Leave the settlement.
We live for battle.
Ooh.
We dream of it. We relish it.
Is he declared war?
Fat goose. And you look plump.
Dang, you would you? You would you? People usually say that prostitution is the oldest profession, but people also say that slaves... I think that's so unfair to women. That's such like the vilification of sex work and like the vilification of prostitutes. I just think it's so stupid that people like, whatever. I think that's dumb. It's such like a machismo, like it's such a, it serves to empower men and to subjugate women. There's never the same sort of blowback or recourse for all the people paying for prostitution, right? Yeah, it's dumb. Our envoys have discovered a woman in a foreign village who seems to be blessed with the power of persuasion. We could hire her to assist in future negotiations with foreign nations. What would you say? If we say no, we get loyalty for all political parties. Interesting. If we say yes, we get an important character. You know what? I'm going to say no, because that's going to help us with what kind of persuasion? Yeah. Is that a fish? Is a stripper with 2 P's of fish? Is that what it is? Leave the settlement. Leave the settlement. I'm not sure if they're gonna. I don't know if they're gonna. Somebody declared war. The silly geese? The silly gooses declared war. It looks like they're not gonna move down on it. We're probably okay. We're probably doing okay. Upgrading. Our shrined Poseidon. We're still hiding, we're still waiting. We're just building up our economy. Throw back to when I was catching striped bass, but had strippers in chat instead of stripers. A child has died. Oh no. Ugh. Gruesome news. A small sparkling candle is now extinguished. Yuck. Yikes. Well, it happens, right? That's why you had as many kids as humanly possible back in the day. You just had kids like spores, and you threw them into the wind. I'm not sure if these guys are ever gonna peace out of here. We can expand. Lovely. Let's do it. Let's do a gathering place, perhaps? Let's try that. Imagine trying to grow up in a world without antibiotics, right? Imagine. Very difficult. Infant mortality was indeed high for a long while. It still is, right? Certain parts of the world. It still is. No, I don't want to imagine that, Arkar. I don't want to imagine that. There is like during the 100 Years' War, during other times in the medieval period, people would die of the bloody flux, right? People would die of the bloody flux, where I think maybe there's a Blinder Mission that mentioned it. I think I learned recently that the bloody flux, you thought it was like a flu or like some sort of like infection, but actually it was the tail end of dehydration. When people were so dehydrated, it was like the intestinal lining was shed or something like that. And that's what it was. It was when people were super, super dehydrated. They would get the bloody flux. He's not leaving the settlement. He knows that I'm here. He's too clever. Here we go. Morale for offensive battles. Brace. I'll go philosopher, sure. Dysentery, historically known as the bloody flux, is a type of gastroenteritis. I wish I'd die when I had the bad shits before. Mm-hmm. Thank you, DK. Imagine not being able to eat a pork chop because it would kill you. even now, there's a thing called pork taint, right? There's like a smell of pork meat. My wife is not a fan of the smell of pork meat, so we don't cook it that often. Can't say I blame her. One more of these guys. One more of these guys. And then we're gonna get this show on the road. No bacon? Bacon is different. We don't keep a lot of bacon in the house. Maybe like every other month we'll buy a pack of bacon and keep it in the fridge. If we're gonna make an okonomiyaki or something. But we're not like eggs and bacon type people. We don't have a lot of bacon around. Boar taint is the offensive odor or taste that can be evident during the cooking or eating of pork or pork products derived from non-castrated male pigs. Ugh. No, I'm sorry, I only eat non-castrated male pigs. Oh, I live on egg sandwiches. Oh, we're egg people. We're just not bacon people, per se. I'll eat... I think, you know, most of the time I eat 3 eggs every day. If I'm not careful, I'll eat eggs every day, if I'm not careful. No eek pork paneer. Egg people sound so cute. Egg sandwich requires bacon or sausage pat. Oh, does it? No. Egg and onions is good enough for me. Thesmorphia? Thesmophoria. Thesmophoria? The festival of Thesmophoria. Praise the fertility goddess Demeter. Hello. Well, that means everyone is happier. I use onion powder on my eggs. Eating actual whole onions. A lot of water-soluble fiber in whole onions. Very good for you.
Ready for orders.
This guy is not getting any weaker. You can live off eggs if you can eat the shell too. Ew. I've never eaten an eggshell. I'll eat the shell of shrimp. I'll eat like a whole shrimp. Shell and everything. I'll eat that. I would eat eggs every day with hollandaise sauce. Yeah. Yes. Here we go. We're gonna fire it up. We're declaring war. I'm gonna break a rule. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save here. Stream. We spent 20 years gathering strength. It's a long time. Imagine. My teeth hurt thinking about eggshells. That would be disgusting, wouldn't it, to chew on an eggshell? Shrimp shell I can deal with. Eggshell, it's crazy to eat shrimp with a shell. Not if you are in Vietnam. Other parts of the world. Eating the shrimp shell, no big deal. A lot of flavor in it, actually. Okay, they are alone. We're doing it. Let's go. Let's see what happens. There's a lot of dudes in here. But we will quick save and assault. What about the shrimp turds? You have to deturd. Yeah. That is a concern. That is a concern. There can be a style of cooking where the shell and the head are intact. I'll eat a shrimp head. I'm not above it. I'll eat a whole cooked shrimp head, guys. It's weird. It's weird going down. But you put enough rice in your mouth, you'll swallow it. See someone eating shrimp with shell, fortunate son starts playing. Oh. We'll start the deployment. Bring me a head. Bring me a shrimp head. I'll eat it. I wouldn't consider myself an adventurous eater, per se. But I'm not adventurous with food. We talked about it on stream before, what people's limits were in terms of, you know, how much is too much, you know? And people had some interesting input on, like, how far was too far in terms of, quote, weird food, you know? I've eaten half a sheep's head and swallowed the eye with a shot, so I shouldn't throw stones. I would never swallow a whole eye. I have too much of a fear of choking. I could never do that. I would have to chew the eye. I would have to chew the eye. If I was gonna eat an eye. Crunch. The shrimp talk is not food talk. Not to me, anyway. Excellent. Don't want to put you off, DK. Toured Southeast Asia, you must have done some adventuring. Yeah.
They will bleed for us.
Totally. There's some weird food in the north part of Thailand. Northern Thailand has got some weird food.
Light hoplites.
A lot of bugs. A lot of bugs up there. They're not shy
Orders.
to prepare their bugs. If I do this, I think I can move the unit as a group. I think I can. Where it keeps the formation. I like to make these formations,
Kill 'em all.
but then I like to keep the formation if I move it. You know, if I'm going to do all this work to get the guys lined up like how I like, I want to be able to move it as a unit. I think I can.
Horsemen.
We'll go this way. All these horsemen.
Order.
I'm gonna go off the side here. Shrimps is bugs, yes. Sea bugs for real, for sure. I mentioned balut, fertilized chicken eggs, yes. Were my limit when it comes to food, but I've eaten so much ceviche of questionable origins, it's not even funny. My sister, every time my sister goes to Mexico, like 3 out of 3 of the last times my sister has gone to Mexico, she's gotten sick off of ceviche on the beach. Every time she thinks that she's safe, but no. Can I use my arrow keys? I can. I like that. I'm gonna move up like this. That keeps these units in formation using the arrow keys. Just like this. Lovely. Good. These guys I can redraw, no problem. Like so. Like so. Hot sun and seafood is a risk. Absolutely. Absolutely a risk. And then let's bring these guys over here into a flanking position. Just like so. Maybe we'll go like this first. Then we'll go like this. A little waypoint action. Okay, we're taking advantage of the pause function. Like this. And then like this. Taking advantage of the pause function. What are you guys going to do? What's going to happen here? We're attacking a settlement that is full of people. I see mostly... No, there's a bit of an even mix. There's 3 maybe ranged units. Guys, shrimps is not bugs. Stop. But it is though, right? But it is. Isn't it? Though? Isn't it though? Delicious bugs. They are delicious. Shrimp are delicious. They really, really, really are. I think I'm gonna do this. If I keep these guys just out of the range of the other ranged units, we can just wear down some of these melee units. And then let's halt. No, you're good. We're good here. We're good. Okay, now we're just gonna wait. We're gonna let the ranged troops do their work. This is another part of the game where I never would do this. I would never be patient enough and wait for the ranged units to just wear down. I would rush in, you know what I mean? Like a fool. If it has to be a bug, then it's a water bug, I suppose. I think so, right? Do you have line of sight? Do you need line of sight? We're slinging. We're slinging. Option, battle music is a bit loud, maybe? Battle music is a bit loud. It's exciting, it's not that exciting, you know? Look at these guys, look at these, all these topless dudes, right? Looking good, guys. Imagine your job in life was being good at a sling. Imagine. Being good at slinging. It was absolutely a profession. Imagine it was your job to be a slinger. Imagine it was your job to paint shields. Oh! Short swords. When did the Iron Age start? I know antiquity is like dominated by bronze, the Bronze Age. When was the start? That's the youth too. So these hunks of muscles are like 15 to 20 years old. I want to play the drum on the battlefield. Painting shields would be sweet. When did the Iron Age begin?
Ready and eager.
1200 BC. Really? That's a long, long time ago. Ended around... It ended? The Iron Age ended around 550 BC? Sling is a good hunting weapon. Yeah.
Slingers.
800 BC was the start of the Iron Age, if I remember correctly. So we're like 250 BC currently. So these guys have iron. The Ruby Silver Age started at 4000 BC. The Ruby Silver Age. Oh, don't go too far. Don't go too far in your pursuit. Here we go. These noble spears. These guys are target number 1. These are the bad boys. These are the armored general units. Look at the rocks bouncing off of them. We are currently now in the dry cleaning age. Absolutely. It's been so long since I've needed to worry about dry cleaning. It used to be a big thing that I would worry about. It's been a long time since I needed to think about dry cleaning. I consider myself lucky for that. These guys are in harm's way. See you in the afterlife, he says. The misinformation age. Right now, in game time, would be the classical age. Uh-oh. They're getting out of here. Can't blame them. Can't blame them. They're getting absolutely pelted. 1200 BC was when iron was first being used. I believe that 800 BC was when it was common in all of Europe. I might be wrong. What year would this be? This is like 258 BC. This game is taking place. We are currently in the year of like 250 BC. So we are decisively into the Iron Age.
Warriors eager for blood. Slingers.
But I think it's still at this point where like iron, like the process of like smelting and refining it is still early days. So swords, although they are made of iron, maybe are brittle still. Like there's a, you know, they didn't figure out all the ways to make hardened steel, that kind of thing.
Warriors eager for blood.
They didn't have all the fancy stuff yet.
Fire on them. Slingers.
There's no titanium alloys, you know what I mean? So iron is still in its early development. They know what it is. They can isolate it from rock. They can smelt it. They can work with it. They can make spear tips. They can make blades. There are people on YouTube who are incredible slingers. These poor guys. They don't leave. I never played the game like this. It's taken me so many years to finally figure out how to play the game. And like this is it. It's a ranged meta. If you're in a fortified position and you don't want to leave, right? They're not going to push me. So I'm just going to completely empty all the stones. All the sacks of stones that I brought. We're just going to empty them. All the sacks of stone. And if they come too close, you just pull back. Cheesing the AI. They can even bounce the bullets. Imagine. They did have the fancy stuff at this time, actually. Interesting. Interesting. What do we mean by fancy stuff? What do we mean by fancy stuff? Steel blades by now. Interesting. What is steel? It's a combination of iron and something else? Or is it just a way of tempering the iron? Like a way of heating it and cooling it very quickly? Quelching it? Iron and coal. So it's a certain heat? It's an alloy of iron and what? Iron and carbon. Iron and carbon.
Slingers!
Interesting.
One of our units
Carbon less than 2%. The Iron Age ended already. We're in the Classical Age where iron steel composites were the most popular. Because this is 250 BC. So the Iron Age is over. We're in the Classical Age. Interesting. I guess there would still be a role for bronze. Maybe for like a lot of building. Maybe some ornamental stuff, but like bronze was not as hard as iron, right? So maybe people, there isn't as much, you know, weaponry and armor made out of bronze because it's softer. Ornate stuff would be bronze. Easier to work with, right? Forgot the word carbon. Interesting. Okay. Have we appropriately softened these guys up? I think so. Ductile is, I think, what they call it. Ductile. I've never heard that word before. I'm so curious about this, about history. I really, really am. And I feel like I just never thought to ask these questions earlier in life. And now I am asking these questions. And the good thing is there's giant pools of knowledge, right? Giant pools of knowledge. Ductile, able to be deformed without losing toughness. Pliable, not brittle. Interesting. Ductile, like duct tape. Oh, it's like pliable tape. It's not about like actual like heating and cooling ducts. It's more about pliability. That's very interesting to think of it that way. Hoplites. Let's get in there. Hoplites will be our front line. We're moving in here. We're advancing our front line. Duct tape as in pliability. I never thought of it like that before. Let's move up. Gotta be careful how we move up here. Ask Blarvis, LOL. Blarvis, where does duct tape come from? It's a good question, right? Okay, now we're getting, and I gotta focus up here. Because we're just gonna get shot to death if I don't move quickly and thoughtfully. Short swords moving in. We're moving in. They're gonna relocate. That's okay. I want to make sure that all my units are moving up here. Hoplites are in. Okay. I also have... Let's do a frontal assault on this side. I've also got my horsemen to bring in. We'll do that. Here we go. Horses, in you come. Closer. I shouldn't have left these guys alone. I'm also missing the boat on my general. So we're missing out on the morale boost we get from fighting in the influence of the general. That's my bad. Celtic warriors are outnumbered. That's a bad spot for them. We're going to lose those guys. That's okay. That was a mistake. We're going to use our horses on the back line. It's the perfect use of a flanking horse unit to get in and disrupt the back line. That was a weird scream. Okay, here come the horse. Yeah, we're losing the Celtic swords. That's okay. We understood that would happen. Okay, their horses are breaking. Let's wait for our general unit here. We can inspire light hoplites. Very nice. So our general has a couple of special abilities. One improves the performance and morale of certain units in the front line. So here we are. Here's a better look at it.
Scrappers, ready.
There's a bit of a choke point here. We're just going to make sure that all of our units are engaged. And then we've got our horses in back here. Make sure the horses aren't engaged in a sustained melee against especially spear units. Not good. Part of the game is just managing who everyone is fighting. You know what I mean? It's part of the game. We have unused, unassigned horse units here. This is the most effective because these guys are right in the back for attacks from the back, dudes. Attacks from the back. Here we go. Let's actually clean these guys up. We'll charge in on this side. I love the trees. These Mediterranean topiaries. Big back attack here. These guys are going to break soon, I'm sure. Ductile comes from the Latin ductilis, meaning able to be led or drawn. Interesting. As in drawn into a wire. Ductile materials can be stretched without breaking. They're flexible in a specific mechanical way. Cool. I learned something. Ductile. I think I did okay here to minimize casualties. I never played Attila. No, I never did. Okay. Completely crushed that side. This battle is a foregone conclusion. We lost some, but not all, of our units. And I'm gonna end. Normally, if this was an open field battle, you continue and you chase down everyone who's running. But for now, I'll just end battle because we're at a settlement. Close victory. Could have been better. Could have been way worse. Okay. Good. We occupy.
Commander.
We are now at war with these dudes. I'm going to spend one round
Ready for orders.
licking my wounds. And then I'm going to set up an ambush. And we'll see if we can draw these guys out into an ambush. But until then, let's spend a turn replenishing the troops that we lost. We can see here that a lot of these troops have taken like casualties of like half. And then we can also convert. No, we need some more money before we can do that. Yeah, ideally, sometime this stream, I wanted to. The Etruscans are still going. I wanted to assault Rome. I wanted to try my hand at that. But we'll see if we get there. End turn. We're recovering. We're watching to see what these Medlands do. They're moving in immediately. No rest for the wicked. Ruh-roh. Can we win this? Can we win this? The garrison has been decimated. It is unlikely, but we'll try. It is unlikely, but we'll try. Hoplites. Yeah, we have some unfettered hoplites. So, when planning a defense, we look for choke points, right? I see a choke point here between these houses. I see a choke point here. This main stretch. So, the defense will be this. We pack full these choke points with our most defensive units. We use our horse infantry, which thankfully didn't take that much attrition in the last battle.
Fighters ready!
This is not going to be easy, but we'll do our best. Hoplites.
Ready!
Hoplites. We'll go here, like so. We'll go light hoplites.
Hoplites!
Here, like so. Levy Freeman.
We hunger for blood!
More spear. All on the front line, like so. Hoplites. I know. It took me so long to finally figure out. It takes like listen. I actually like had to like listen. I had to listen. It took me a long time to actually just figure it out. We'll keep adding to this group. Okay.
At your service!
This is a wider gap. I'm a little more concerned about this gap. We'll see. Hoplites.
Light hoplites!
Hoplites. Oh, it's not so wide. It could be wider.
Heavy freemen!
More Freeman. In like so. Can I reposition them with my arrow keys? I can. Interesting. Interesting.
Spears ready!
We're just gonna mix them in. I'm not sure if that's the best way.
Hoplites ready!
That's just how I'm doing it. What side to put the general? Probably on the left side. I don't think that his sphere of influence is big enough to reach both. I think I'd rather him be here. Okay. Slingers. I'll do one slinger on this side. But maybe the other slingers we position over here. Like so. They say we will pierce their hearts, but they throw stones. I don't think of a stone as being a thing that pierces the hearts of enemies, you know what I mean? We mix in now. Maybe we mix in. What's the difference between a Greek spearman and a plebeier? A plebeier? I don't know. I don't know what you mean. You know? We're grouping. Okay. Spears.
Heavy freemen!
No. Oh, it's more Freeman. Okay. Like so.
We'll kill 'em all!
I wonder, actually, if I could get another flanking party.
Heavy freemen!
Ooh, I wonder.
Warriors!
If I could do this. If I do a little flanking party.
Scouts!
Just a couple guys to go around the side.
Infantry!
Right?
Warriors!
We got our... These are our lines of defense. Right? Left side.
Hoplites!
Yeah.
Hoplites
Left side, right side. Okay?
Light horse!
The horse are going to be so important. Also, to run down. Okay. Whoops. Pale beer. I messed up my joke. I withdraw. What's the difference between a Greek spearman and a pale beer? I wasn't sure. There's been so much weird spelling going around, right? Like Pyrrhic victory. I thought just play-y was like a historical term that I didn't know. So my bad. My bad. What is the difference between a Greek spearman and a pale beer? Let me think. Something about them, like, don't forget your hoplites into phalanx formation. I don't do that. Should I? A hoplite wall? Bracing, defense, shield strength?
Hoplite phalanx! Heavy freemen!
Can the...
Hoplite phalanx!
Okay. Okay.
Heavy freemen!
So that, we did that there. One is a hoplite, the other is a light hop. Hello. Hello. Okay, I think I did that. Two hands. I think I did that. We're in a phalanx position.
Hoplites ready!
Hoplite wall. Formation attack. I think that joke just damaged my kidneys. Massive defensive boost, but are unwieldy and slow. Well, they're not going anywhere. They're not going anywhere.
Spearmen, ready for orders!
The question is will people be able to move around them? So maybe I just kind of move my other units to plug the gaps around them.
Ready. Form phalanx now. Warriors ready.
Phalanx, like so.
Heavy.
Oh, maybe what I should also do is just put everyone in guard mode.
Hoplites.
Everyone's in guard mode. Okay, we are totally outnumbered here. I'm gonna lose this fight probably. Right?
Hoplites ready.
Guard mode. Okay, we are a little flanking group. We got our horses as well. We have our skirmishers, or we have our slingers that are gonna help. I imagine they will be helpful. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Groan. No, it's all good. Okay, we're gonna start the battle. Starting the battle, we move our horses out to the side. There's a lot of dudes. Let's see. I want them to collapse in. It looks like they are. Maybe what we do is we turn off fire at will. So we will choose our targets when it comes to our slingers. These horse are going to get absolutely wrecked. If you crash in, let's go slow motion. Are you going to crash in? Are you going to crash in? Slow motion. Here we go. Are you really going to? You brave souls. Ooh, they are repelled. Look at all the javelins. Look at all the javelins. These guys are pincushions. Ruh-roh, dudes. That was not advised. It's raining. God, I would hate to die on the battlefield in the rain. Bunch of sticks, LOL. Okay, well, we'll go back to regular speed. That was a failed run. Okay, here come the dudes. Let's be careful here. Let's move out our flanking. Let's move in our horses. We have a small flanking party of swordsmen. It looks like they're all collapsing on this left side.
Freemen. Battle ready.
Okay, let's pull out the freemen here. Okay, the horsemen who charged in are they're broken. They're gone. Okay, let's slow things down a second here. Slow things down. Who are we aiming for? Short swords, spear warriors maybe? I'm gonna aim for the short swords because probably they have worse defense against my missile attacks. Speak softly, carry big stick. Okay, look, now look at these guys in the background, right? We've got these soft archers, these slingers, right? Perfect for our cav. Here come the cav. We've got another floater flanking force of freemen here. We'll take these. What are you? What are you? More freemen. Out of defensive mode. Sure, move it up. Hoplites, out of the wall. Ooh, there's a rapid advance as well. Interesting. Let's move it. They're not coming this way. We're gonna collapse on these guys. This is gonna be brutal, dudes. This is gonna be brutal. Hoplites. Rapid advance. Let's do it. Rapid advance. Let's push with our flanking swords. Let's make sure that we've got all of our range damage in the picture here. They are clumped. They're mega clumped. Look at this. Look at the wall. The shield wall doing work. Let's throw in our Celtic warriors just to make sure we can hold this line. And then we'll stretch out our general here. We'll inspire the Celtic warriors. Back to slow-mo, just for some time to think. Look at this giant pinch on the archers. Oh man, these guys are effed. Are you kidding? Okay. Let us get in position here. Unbelievable. They collapsed into the center column. The difficulty here is very hard, so I'm not taking anything for granted. I don't want to take anything for granted. Horse units are chasing off these ranged units. This is perfect. So they have no range damage, right? We're chasing them away. Lovely. Look at this hot mess. It's a giant clump of them. My general. We'll go hoplite wall, I guess. Okay. Oh my goodness, dudes. You know what? It's a cav target, but I don't want to get them stuck in. I'm going to charge in with these sword units. Where's my hoplites? Light hoplites. We'll get you in here as well. The rest of these levy freemen, we're going to make a reverse shield wall. Yikes. Max hoplites, max OP, yes. Here we go. Slow-mo. Here it comes. Their range damage is running. Brave Celtic swords charging in on the backside. They are completely stuck, dudes. This is horrible for them. This is horrendous. Horrendous. Hoplites, get in there. Get in there. Unbelievable. What a hot mess. How can you tell who's who? Ugh, imagine the crush of people behind you. Pushing you forward. You're being pushed into the spears of your opponent. Right? What a press of battle. More people died to the press of battle than battle itself, I've heard. Just because you're trampled by your allied soldiers. This is a nightmare for them. What a nightmare for them. Inspire. Inspire these hoplites on the backside. Where are they? Where are my hoplites on the backside? It's okay, we'll inspire you. Celtic warriors in the front here. Yeah, the Battle of the Bastards, that was a visceral depiction of just getting swarmed by the dead. Crushed by the dead. Oh man. You know what? We might have a few extra bit of range here. These guys are the dregs of the garrison. Okay, we can see the flags here at least. You can tell who we are and who they are. Ugh, in the rain, pressed on all sides. Have you ever been to a concert where you're in the middle of like general admission and that you just, if you ever have to feel like you have to pee or something, you just know there's like an ocean of people around, like it's just impossible to get out. You know what I mean? I can imagine that's what this feels like. I'll go book. This is book. Yikes. Okay, let's keep an eye. What's going on here? Like, you can take an edit formation. There. Yeah, now we got these extra, even these little guys, right? Like the shattered garrison. There's probably only like 25 units here total, but everyone's doing work. Let's focus on the enemy general unit. Very claustrophobic. When I was younger, I did it just because I loved the music, but after bruised ribs and such, now I just get seats if possible, yes. I remember going to an Iron Maiden concert. Uh-oh, I have to read that. Pressed up against the front guard railing. Hurt so much my ribs were sore for days. Yikes. Huge bruise. I've seen Iron Maiden twice. I have seen Iron Maiden twice in my life. Someone attacking me from the backside? There is someone attacking me from the backside. What's happening here? That's not good. I lost track of my... Out of sight, out of mind, right? Lost track of my cav. My hoplites are getting shot in the back. Not good. One time, I saw Iron Maiden at like a small crappy city in Canada. At a small crappy city. And their crowd wasn't big enough, but someone tried to crowd surf anyway. And there was like, it was obviously a bad idea. There was obviously not enough people there to crowd surf, but this grown man, I was a kid. I was probably like 15, 16, 17, maybe something like that. And this guy jumps up trying to crowd surf and it just lands right on my head. And I remember it bent my neck. And it was during the opening act, and the lead singer of the opening act looked at me and was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm good." And he's like, "Okay." He was concerned. He saw it happen and was concerned. We're gonna win this, I think. I shouldn't have jinxed it. Did I just jinx it? I hope we win this. I hope we win this. I want to jinx it. Uh-oh. Someone is wavering. Maybe they've taken enough losses. Can we pull you back? Yeah. Get out of the fray there.
Ready for orders. Hack them down. Light hoplites. Heavy freemen.
Okay. I think we're doing well. I think we're doing well. There still is the general unit.
Heavy freemen.
A lot of losses in the front line here. I'll pull out here. They're wavering. Let's bring in a cavalry charge. See if the shock of the cavalry charge hurts the morale. We can also use this. We can group rally. Or group second wind, I should say. We'll inspire. We'll inspire who? These Celtic warriors again. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They know likey. They know likey. I think that cavalry charge really helped. They're breaking. Yeah, right they are. Okay, now we're actually gonna play this one out. We're gonna chase all these enemies, these units down, because I assume after this, there's not gonna be a lot of people left in the garrison of the attacking city. And so, there's an opportunity to counterpunch here and subjugate that settlement. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, though. It's not totally done yet. It's not totally done. It's easy to assume. Take your eye off the ball here. If only you could field tunnel bears. We will look it up. We will look it up. The general could be a pain. He's wavering. There's still 90 of them, but he's wavering. High value target, right? Ooh, get him. Get him, dudes. Get him. We took a lot of I guess we started with a lot of casualties. We did not have... We had a hurt army. Okay, so I want to say continue. If you end battle, then the enemy keeps all the units that are still currently on the field. If we hit continue... No, we chase them down, right? These elite men in heavy armor. Yeah, imagine. Imagine the luxury of heavy armor. Okay, we're going to use our horse units, hopefully effectively here, to chase down the running units. I'm going to try to use some waypoint action here, just to send some more articulate commands. Oh wow, I cannot believe that. Not a bad one for a stream. Okay, we keep an eye here. Celtic warriors. Luke, how can we use our horses to run these guys down? Horse units, so valuable for this reason. Look at them chase them down, right? Most of the casualties in battle were after the morale was lost. If you were on the side, if you were on the army that, like, routed, and scattered to the hills and you got run down, that's where most of the casualties, maybe not most, but certainly a lot of the casualties, came from when your ranks broke and you lost the line and people started running and it was every man for themselves. Blah, right? I have a favorite voice line in this game. I haven't heard it yet. Streamer luck. It's when you do diplomacy with the barbs. I have a lot of my voice lines turned down because I find it kind of cringy. When I was playing this game to test it, I was kind of cringed out by some of the vocal lines. So I'm sorry if my volume is too low. There's a single guy here. Let's get this single unit here and then double back over here. We'll turn the speed up. Now that we've got things basically lined up, they went full ham on this game. You said earlier that it was the most expensive Total War game ever produced. I thought that was very interesting. I wonder how much it cost to make this game. Isn't there like... Hasn't Total War kind of like fallen off as a game studio? Did they get too money grubby? Was that what it was? I mean, they've been around forever, I guess, right? They've been around forever. Too money grubby. I can rant for hours. Well, serenade us. Tell us a little bit. Because like, they were top of the world, right? Was this kind of... Was 10 years on, like Shogun 2, 2011, 2014, Rome 2, was this kind of the peak? And then it was a slow and steady decline? Or what? Or what? Where are the remaining units? There's still individuals running somewhere. You can't see them, though. I can't see them. Who is left on the battlefield? There it is. Close victory. End battle. Wow. We had 1,382 deployed. We lost 600. They had 2,100 deployed. They lost 2,000. 100 men are left after 2,000. Wow. They came straight for us. Yikers. I'm going to... Now, if I release these captives, I make more money, but do they get the units back? I don't know if they do. If I kill the captives, I don't get as much money. It hurts my reputation with them. If I release the captives, I get more money. The enemy and their allies will look upon you more favorably if you release the captives from this battle. But do they get the units back? Is the question. I'd say it all went downhill after Shogun 2. Interesting. Do they get the units back if I release? I came to Total War like 1 or 2 years after Rome 2 release. I loved it, but read a ton about how Rome 2 released in a really bad state. That seems to be most people's view of the start of the downfall. Interesting, John Russell. Thank you for that. I've been kind of like out of touch with any of the story. Like any of the drama. Like I would touch in, I would play these games every once in a while. Played the crap out of Medieval 2. When Troy came along, I played the crap out of Troy, Total War. But it was always intermittent, and I never really learned. Never really went into it. I'm going to release these guys. Hopefully it's not bad. Okay. So now I'm looking at my chops. Trade agreement, now they want to trade with me. Sure. Let's trade. Yes. I accept.
You speak wisely like a man of many winters, and I'm honored with this agreement.
I didn't have enough characters to give a proper summary without spamming the channel. Can you break it into... So I'll TLDR. You can just break it into... You can, you know, break it into 3 or 4 messages. Or I could just ask BLARVIS. Okay. Rank up. This settlement is a sitting duck. Did I recover? I recovered a decent amount. Can I combine these units? Can I combine these units? Merge. I can. That's interesting. That makes way for some... what do you call it? Mercenaries. I'll merge some of the weakest units, and that makes way for some mercenaries. I'll merge these two as well. Okay. Cool. Hire mercenaries. One of you. Swords are good. I've got the spears I need. I've got the horses I need, I think. I've got the range I need. Let's just do this. Hire. Like so. Okay, we can also level up. We're gonna do this. We can also turn the music up a bit here for the campaign map. We'll turn that down during the combat. Quickly choose something to work on. Okay, so as John said, Rome 2 was the most ambitious Total War game ever made after Empire, but was rife with production problems and crunch. Led to a horrible launch due to last-minute changes. That sucks. And it was probably a bigger deal. I'm sure that at the time, 2014, games were like much more well-considered, typically, right? So for a game to launch in a bad state, it's just the kind of like, why? Like, why not just take the time to make it good kind of thing? Probably was much more of a thing. Ooh, replenish rate. Yes. Okay, good. Okay, now this is the part of the plan where we're in action here. And before Reddit hell. Oh, I can imagine too, right? Indeed, like it was one of the worst launches of a game ever. It straight up didn't work. It took several dozen patches over years to fix basic stuff and get the game into a... Wow. So the pressure, right? I'm sure, like, think about, like, bigger picture. What was the problem with the Cyberpunk 2077 release, right? It was the top brass. It was the leadership of the company making promises to the investors that a game would be ready by X date. Probably by Christmas, December 2020, right? But the project was so ambitious that there's a disconnect between what the company leadership are telling investors, what the deal is for the money, the people that are paying for the company, versus the people that are actually making the game. And so the game launches in a rushed state, and it's horrible, right? Maybe something similar here. Maybe... Yes. Yes is here. Imagine having the reputation for being the worst game launch in, like, modern history. Imagine that. Okay, we're focusing. We've got our general. I want Medlan. Medlan. I want it. To get there, I need to go through these guys. He's gonna run away. That's okay. Now, here's a funny thing. If I attack him, he will be reinforced by the garrison of the settlement. So if I attack him and do damage to the garrison, and then I win the battle, the remaining garrison will go back to the settlement, but then when I attack the settlement, it'll be a lot easier because the garrison is diminished. So let's attack him. Okay. Quick save. Here's the garrison. We'll auto this one. Night attack? Oh, I can do a night attack. Interesting. I'm not going to. Let's auto it. It's a foregone conclusion. Will I do this? Can I do better? Can I do better than remaining force 84% manually? Can I do better? Probably could, but it's taking time. So let's just do this. We'll balance stance it. Dead. Some of those early 2077 bugs were so funny, iconic. Yes. The pantsless T-posing on the top of a car, right? I laughed for days. There were so many YouTube compilations of, like, Cyberpunk crapping the bed that were so funny. Pre-order bonuses. Factions being cut and sold later as DLC. Blood being sold as DLC? Units being reskinned and sold. So it was just, you know, they had reached a point of their own in shitification. Where they're now optimizing the game to maximize shareholder value instead of making a fun game that is fun to play. is what it sounds like to me, right? Which is too bad. We release.
Advance.
Okay, now we attack the settlement. We walk right down Main Street, right? It's ours. We subjugate. I don't want the settlement. I want someone else to manage this for me, I think. Do I want it? Do I want it? No, respect. Respect them by subjugating them? That's maybe the wrong word. I think I'm just going to subjugate. And then this will just be our massive city friend to the north. Okay? The Midland people. And then we'll walk this guy all the way home. There's going to be a rebellion. That's to be understood. That's understandable. How are you doing? You're doing good. Tulsa is doing good. Gymnasia? Interesting. A capilloy. Capilloy? What's a capilloy? Is that like a marketplace? Probably. Local commerce. Let's do it.
Ready for orders.
Okay. That was a big turn. Do I have enough to make this into a port of some kind? Do I have to make this into a... Ooh, nice. What do we want here? How about... Instead of a civil settlement. Do civil. Civil one. Okay. We're ending. Ending turn. Oh, the music is so good. Rebellion imminent? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But even if there is a rebellion, right? I wonder if our friends will come down and help us. Our friends. Let's check in on our diplomacy. Make sure that our internal politics are doing okay. Oh, yeah, it's good. Loyalty, we're holding steady. That's great. They're happy. Looking good. Yeah, we still have only like a basic... We have our basic army structure, right? We haven't overextended. We're in the green now for Massilia, right? Due to the generally poor quality of soil in Greece, cities were heavily reliant on external trade for the provision of many goods needed for daily life. Interesting. Most often, items pass through the hands of capilloi, or traders. Okay. So it's like a trader's building. Isn't that the kind of the same thing when it comes to, like, the soil in Denmark? It's very silty. The soil at the borderland between Northern Europe and Scandinavia, like the soil quality is different than the soil on the eastern shores of Great Britain, right? Different kind of soil composition. And so there was like a lot of Viking culture maybe emerged because you couldn't grow as much. It was like less reliable agriculture, or it was more challenging agriculture. I wonder. That's interesting to think that the soil in Greece was not great. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so we are recovering our units here. I think I can let go. I can disband these mercenaries because they have a very expensive upkeep and we don't need them anymore. We are within striking distance of, you know, guess who? Of guess who? How is the Etruscan League? It's still going. Etruscan League is still going. Look at where we are. We are now poking into the Italian peninsula. We're just having a look. We're just having a look-see. Let's end the turn. I didn't know that. I thought Greece grew olives and grapes and stuff. I'm sure there were groves. There was portions of Greece that had good soil. There was reliable orchards. I wonder too if like an olive tree is different than like a crop of grain, right? Maybe a crop of grain is a little more prone to the capricious nature of bad soil. If you're a tree, if you're like an orchard of some kind, you've got deeper roots, it's easier to pull nutrient and water from deeper in the earth. Maybe something like that. Something like that. Company morale was also declining. Pay was bad. People used the company as a stepping stone. Getting experience and then bouncing to work on something cooler. Ah. Worst of all, tech debt was piling on. I imagine, right. I mean, a game like this, with all of its combat systems, was still, you know, it wasn't novel per se, but maybe there was a lot of knowledge silos in the Total War company. Because they were the pioneers of this kind of game, I think, right? Shogun Total War was kind of first of its kind. And the company was probably building upon that, like, platform. And you would get these experts that knew how to, like, do the pathing, that knew how to do the combat, like, processing. But maybe... Yeah, it is interesting that every title in the Total War universe had its own kind of particularities, right? Like every version of this game was slightly different. So maybe that means there's like slightly different teams. You get people coming and going. Right. Interesting. Let's upgrade. Port, yes please. Here, maybe we do grain pits. Maybe? Maybe we've got enough. Maybe I can... I'm gonna dismantle this agriculture. The annualization of Total War saps any creative potential, right? And has led to a rush production. I see, right. I also fail to appreciate that these guys are just on like an annual hamster wheel, right, of a release. I don't see any. Where are all the Romans, guys? There's no one in Rome. Where are all the Romans at? There's no one in Rome. Turned into Madden. Yeah. Call of Duty, I guess. Madden. I don't know enough about Madden to know just how bad it was. Nobody's in Rome. We're not a creative assembly. Sorry, thank you. Creative assembly. We're not a creative assembly. We're an assembly line of shit. Look out. A lead designer stormed out of a meeting. We're not a creative assembly. We're an assembly line in shitification, hey? Looks like we're getting a bit late in the day. Let me adjust my camera setting. Properties. Let me adjust my camera setting. You can see it here. Maybe... That helped it, right? We ticked down the exposure by 1. We were exposure 3, it said. We go to 5. Or we keep it here and we mess with the gamma. I'm not sure which is the better way to do it. Let's go up with the gamma. We'll go down the exposure and then up the gamma. Yeah, not so bad. This works for me. Okay. Yeah, the quality and problems with the games have just increased. And then we come to hyenas. CA, Creative Assembly has always been one of the largest UK studios out there. They got a $100 million budget from Sega after pitching a live service shooter game and expanded like crazy during COVID. Whoa, really? Oh, thank you, Arcars. LOL. I never heard about hyena. Hyenas? Weird. 100 million budget from Sega. Expanded like crazy during COVID. Man, all these things I never knew. All these things I never knew. What do you think? We
hunger for battle.
What do you think? How do I get the... There's nobody at Rome. Nobody's home at Rome, guys. If I leave here, what I need to do is I need to raise another force, I think is what I need to do. Let's raise another army. You, sir. Charopos. Raise army. Massilian hoplites. I love that. I love that it's a combination. The best of Greek and Celtic worlds combined, it says. You can't see because I am doing various things. Webcam. The best of Greek and Celtic worlds combined to produce more than the sum of its parts. I love it. I love thinking about that. Hyenas was a planned science fiction first-person shooter developed by Creative Assembly and published by Sega. That development process is just a crazy mess with a bunch of leaks that I won't go into, but let's just say that certain creatives took the game into a direction that would doom it. Interesting. What's the plant in the corner? I think it's like a 13-year-old bamboo. Collection of bamboo. It's 13 years old. That collection of bamboo. Maybe slightly older. I didn't think bamboo was supposed to live that long, but there it is. It is. Wow. Yeah. It's an old one. A little domestic force, just in case. I want a domestic force because it looks like no one's home at Rome, guys. No one's home at Rome. So let's go say hi and see what happens. Oh, Roma. Nobody's home. We're going to there. I think we'll take the sea. We'll go by way of the sea, I think. Oh man, I'm excited. Fastest growing plant in the world is wild. Yeah, fastest. Then add a corporate-friendly millennial punk aesthetic where you stole Sega merch from rich people in space. It had 2 closed betas, was so unremarkable and bad that it was cancelled. La Roma. Sounds like what's happening or going to happen to Marathon. If it releases, I'll be curious to see how it pans out or makes it a month. I saw Shroud playing Marathon for a couple of days. It looked fine. It looked interesting. Fine, I guess. Right? But then I didn't keep up with the drama with Marathon. I didn't keep up. It's exactly like Marathon. What's the issue with Marathon? Too much corporate appeasement? Perhaps? Or like Splitgate 2 unreleasing itself. Splitgate 2 is a joke. Splitgate 2 barely had any redeeming qualities, but maybe that's because I have a bias against kind of like a team deathmatch shooter type game. Ending turn. Splitgate 2 is a joke. Stolen art, AI stuff, now naming dispute between them and Traxxas. Interesting. Rebellion is imminent. It sure is. But I wonder if we get some help from our friends. We could also not tax the province. Let me think about this. Civil gathering place, maybe? You know what? We could do a consecrated ground again. Let's do it. Let's do another temple. I could go in here into the details. I could not tax the province. Yeah, we're still gonna... Yeah, we're still gonna find the rebellion, so we'll just let it be. We'll let it be. Open air market. Lovely. Oh, that's lovely to think about. Up there. We don't need it yet. I'm gonna save my money. We're gonna recruit a few more units, just for a little domestic force. Slingers. Levies. Okay. Now, the question is, I think we can do this. Maybe we just with the mercenaries. I'm gonna save before I do something silly. We're in 248 BC. I didn't know we're in the classical age. We're like well into the Iron Age. That's so interesting. Man, the Bronze Age must have been so long ago, right? The actual antiquity? Because there was a Bronze Age collapse, wasn't there? There was. And people speculate on what caused the Bronze Age collapse. So 5 years and 100 million down the drain, 500 people losing their jobs. Then add together the issues with TW and the growing discontent within the community. But the CEO still get a bonus probably. Yikes, eh? Worst of all is the cancellation of 3K's support. Three Kingdoms was the best-selling Total War game to date because it appealed to a Chinese audience that bought the game in droves. I like Three Kingdoms. I played that. It was fun. There was a cancellation of it? The support for it. Interesting. However, the support and post-release content was so botched and tone-deaf, the DLC sales plummeted, and Creative Assembly just pulled the plug with an extremely tone-deaf announcement. Yikes. I think there's been a lot of resistance in the past to, like, kind of, quote, Western businesses trying to appeal or advertise to attract, break into the Chinese market, right? There's a lot of weird stuff happening with the NBA, I remember. They were doing, like, a bunch of, like... there was, like, some Taiwan drama. But it's always been seen as kind of cringy when, like, a quote, Western company does something to pander to... That was the word I was looking for. To the Chinese audience. To try to get some of that Chinese money, right? Because there's just so many people. There's such a massive middle class in China, right? What was it? I think there's 380 million people that live in the US, 365 million people, something like that. Let's say 360 million people that live in the US, right? And I remember, like, during the basketball drama, the stat was like, there's 360 million people who live in the US. There are 360 million adults who play basketball in China. just to draw a distinction between the number of people. It was the Sea Peoples. Nobody knows where they were from. Likely multiple Mediterranean tribes banding together to take new land after overpopulation. The Chinese audience is too massive not to sell to. I always felt, though, that the Three Kingdoms was a very tasteful and artful representation of Chinese culture in a Total War game that I liked. I played the crap out of Three Kingdoms. I liked it. It was fun. It was a fun game to play. I learned a lot about the Three Kingdoms, period. Right? Liu Bei, right? Kong Rong, all those dudes. I learned about it. I learned more about Chinese geography during my play session there than I ever thought imaginable. We are sailing to Rome. There's nobody there. Nobody's home at Rome. We're sailing to there. Are you ready? Let's go. We're going to Rome. We're just going to go right along the coast. Let's see what happens. We're sailing to Rome. I wonder. There's going to be a rebellion. But we've got a little backup force. I wonder if I cancel this. If I move them here, I can recruit in the other province. That's fine. Let's recruit. Yeah. Do this. Okay, cool. Then Creative Assembly buys a Bulgarian studio and have them produce Troy, a fork of the Warhammer games, and give it out for free. Then they make Pharaoh, and only like 2,000 people play it at launch. Disaster. Yikes. I like Troy. Troy was fun. I didn't know it was done by a Bulgarian studio. A fork of the Warhammer games. So it was kind of like a way for them to bring in some of the fantasy title of Warhammer to the historical because I know that in Troy there was more like mythical creatures, right? There was like a Cerberus. There was a blend of historical and fantasy. It did feel more like Warhammer, didn't it? It was around 1200 BC during the collapse. The Bronze Age started around 3300 BC. Thank you, Mateo, for the timelines today. Very helpful. Yeah, but the DLC was highly unpopular because of the amount of bugs and to the Chinese uninteresting and unnationalistic time periods. I see. Right, that's kind of a problem, right? I guess like yeah, I'm not going to go into that too much. Whatever you do, do not go to Sicily. Yeah, okay, I won't. Then they tried to appeal to both the fantasy and the historical, ended up appealing to no one. Interesting, because I guess there is kind of two players of the Total War games. The people like me who never really played the fantasy, just played the historical stuff, right? That has no heroes, that has no, like, mythical, like, big, like, monstrous units. It's just kind of like the units, right? And the general is just one of a retinue. There's no heroes on the battlefield. But Warhammer was a different path, right? Different style of game. Interesting. Ending turn. We have some leveling up to do first. On my big boy general dude. Ooh, who do we got here? Morale for offense. Yeah, let's do it. Excellent. It's powerhouse. We're not researching in technologies. Let's do that. Hellenization. The truth behind the myth. Thanks for all the information, Two Hands. Very curious. It's so funny how you can imagine not knowing anything about Dark and Darker, about the drama. Like, you just play the game, you know, here and there. And then you one day discover there's just like a library full of drama. And now they're struggling with massive amount of tech debt as they're developing a new engine for their World War I and 40K game. A loss of experience, layoffs, leadership reshuffling, and Sega oversight. Imagine. What a struggle to try to just run the business, right? Imagine how hard it is to try to have a company like this, where there's certain just like knowledge centers as people in the company. Like, person A is like the resident expert on how to do A, right? Person B is the resident expert on B. Like, what do I mean? I mean, like, I don't know, how the engine understands the pathing for the AI, how the combat system works. I don't know. I don't know that much about the game from a technical perspective to like pontificate on the different parts of it, but and then if you have a dozen people that represent the knowledge, they're like the oracles at the company, and they know how everything works and how everything is integrated. And then 4 of those people leave, right? And it's like now you don't have anyone who's a resident expert in that part of the game. And you got to train someone, and it's just so hard, right? Meanwhile, the Bulgarian studio has been put on DLC and support duty for Warhammer, but DLCs are coming out incredibly slow and delays, and non-communication is rampant. Ugh, what a challenge. And there's so many titles for them to support, right? Ending turn. So, right, you've got this challenge of outsourcing as well, right? Where it's not even all under one roof, but you've got like satellite teams, and you're downloading responsibility to those people. A challenge. Aha, did you see that? I ended the turn. There was a rebellion. But lo and behold, look, our friends, the Medlands, came down and helped us with the rebellion a little bit. We'll clean it up here. Let's clean it up. Non-communication, huh? Reminds me of another dev. Yeah, imagine. We auto-resolve this. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard, new general. That was the rebellion. To be fair, it has improved from the dark periods around COVID, but still isn't perfect. Creative Assembly Sofia, the Bulgarians, seems to be doing everything they can to make something good. Interesting. I didn't know there was going to be a 40K Total War, which sounds like a lot of fun. I had no idea. Replenishment rate? Sure. Guys, how the heck did people communicate at this period of time? Was it all letters? How would people know what the heck was going on in other cities? Where do people get their news from? Bards? What do you think? We're going to Rome. We're going to Rome. Is there anyone around here? There's nobody home at Rome, guys. Ooh! Hey, the Etruscan League! What are you doing over here? The Etruscan League! Not only are they alive, but they are also owning territory in southern central Italy. Yeah, right they are. Letters and word of mouth. Right, word of mouth, I guess. The Italian Matthews. Woo, let's go, boys. Totally. Neapolis. Yeah, right you are. Oh, that warms my heart. The leaks from the studio have been crazy around the Hyenas fiasco. But yeah, I'm simplifying and skipping a lot to make it all fit. Well, let's just say that Creative Assembly are struggling. They have so many dang titles. Imagine trying to manage all the dang titles. I can't. I can't. A port. Let's do a fishing port, maybe? Ooh, maybe we could do a shipwright. Do I care that much about building a navy? I don't really. A navy in these games is always such a money sink. Open air market? That would only be fitting. That Massalia is the name of this territory, but Massilia is the name of the people. Massalia? Massilia. It's so weird. Is that a typo? Is this a typo, or do you think it was actually named Massalia? Because Massilia is the name of the faction, right? Where Massilia, here at the top, Massilia. But then I see Massalia, and that's weird. Oh, that's at Tulsa. All right, we don't need the open air market at Tulsa. Maybe we don't need to spend money that way. We have a lot of food. Let's go fishing port. No, let's go. Military wharf? Shipwright? I don't know what you're saying. So here, if you look at the text, it says Massalia, right? It's the name of the settlement, maybe? I'm not sure if it's a typo. Massalia. But if I look at the name of the faction, it's an Ilia. Massilia is the name of the faction. Massiliots is the name of the Greek faction. But this territory is called Massalia, which is weird. The game uses the Roman place names for the settlements on the world map. So this is a Roman place name. So Massalia is the Roman place name. I see. Confusing. Massalia was a real Greek colony. But Massilia? Why is it typed Massilia here as the faction name? Very strange, right? I guess it's like this is like maybe the Greek spelling of it or pronunciation. Very strange. Very strange. We stumbled into... What a weird thing to, quote, make content about, right? What a weird thing. We're almost ready to say knock knock and see who's home at Rome. One more turn. Let's try. Massalia. Massilia also spelled Massalia. Great. Great. I do believe the faction is the Greek spelling. The settlement name is Roman. Very curious. We go back to a regular stance none. Not enough to... Oh, maybe there's enough to get on the shore here. It looks like... Trespassing. We're trespassing. Ooh, can we get there? Oh! Declare war, can we? Yeah. We're declaring war on Rome. Rome is at war with a lot of people. Rome has been chewed to pieces, guys. Rome is a shadow of its former self. I've declared war. but I don't have the move to actually get there, unfortunately. Okay, we are knocking on the door of Roma. We're knocking on Roma's door. Another shrine to Poseidon, maybe, because the food is so good. Maritime commerce, I like it. Shrines to Poseidon abound. Save our money. It looks good. I've had dinner there. Dang. In Majorca? Was that Majorca? Ecstasy in motion. Whoa, whoa. End turn. We're ending turn. I shouldn't have declared war. Now he's coming. Oh, the Romans just got Neapolis back from the Etruscan League, it seems. And they are gearing up, but it looks like brothers and sisters. Are we gonna scoop Rome? Are we gonna scoop Rome?
Ready for orders.
We can level up. We're leveling up. Good. Let's go. Oh yeah. Now, night attack? Can I just attack? I think I can. I've got ladders. I think I can just straight up attack though. I'm gonna do it. Should I? No, I'm just gonna, it's gonna take a long, I'm gonna auto-resolve this. We're in. 65 remaining force. Can we do better than this? I wonder. Probably not. Not with the basic stuff that we have. Can I continue the siege and recruit more people? I can probably. Let's do this. Mercenary Italian spearmen. We've hired them. Okay. Now we can re-attack here. I wonder. Slightly more. Let's do it. Special nap time. No, he says. He wants to see me. We've hired Matthew. My boys. We're in. We lost a lot of our cav units, but no one is totally cooked. Roma captured. Dudes. It's that easy. Actually, it wasn't that easy. But, and now what? Now we lick our wounds. Cool, unique map. Probably take a long time. I just wanted to see if we could do it. I forgot to quick save. It would probably take a long time. Is there a way to like walk around? You can kind of, I thought there was a way to just like walk around the map. Tax province. Maybe we don't need to tax Rome to start here. Was there a way? You could in Rome 1. Uh-huh. You just like, they were so happy with themselves that you could just walk around it. You could check it out. Awesome. I think the Etruscan League put in a lot of hard work. That was probably a lot easier than it was supposed to be to actually just walk in and take Rome. Let's dismantle one of these hoplites. I think so. We'll dismantle you. Custom siege battle. Interesting. In turn. Yeah, we're fine. Imagine. A single army on a boat. I'm hungry. The rebellion is here, but again, we got help from our friends up top here. And we finish the deal. Well, today was a bit weird, dudes. Today was a bit weird. It did not go like how I expected it to go. And I think it's going to be a rather anticlimactic end of the stream. But I'm getting hungry, and it feels like maybe we just hang out and see if we get one siege battle. I'm probably just going to wrap up stream soon. It was cozy. Kind of a weird stutter start, right? I couldn't shake it off, really. I was hoping to entertain and regale people with a little more historical stuff. But we got information from chat, right? Which is the way it's going to go in the future. I think I learned an important lesson about chat engagement and how people like to get information. So even though maybe I won't put this in like the top 10 streams of all time, I don't think I would have come to this conclusion or learned what I learned today if we didn't give it a try. You could eat another bite, tell me about it. Ooh, a nice piece of bread dipped in salt and olive oil. Ooh, I got some olives in the fridge. I got some balsamic vinegar too. I like to mix the olive oil and balsamic vinegar. Is what I like to do. We also have, got a leftover Japanese curry we made yesterday. I'm having eggs for dinner. Lovely. Japanese curry. Ooh, aqueducts. No, we're gonna go temple again. Sorry for pooping on Blarvis earlier. No, I'm sorry for not thinking it through. I think that I definitely in a offline private context, you better believe that the next time I'm playing this game or any other Total War game that is a mix of geography and history, I'm just going to have ChatGPT on a side monitor, and I'm going to be asking it all sorts of questions. And in a private context, that's going to be amazing. I thought that was going to translate to stream, but it didn't work. It doesn't work. Do you really prefer talking to that thing over just... If I'm playing a game, absolutely. Because I don't want to tab away from playing this game to type in a web browser and ask Google just to have the Google AI basically serve the same information, right? I'll talk to it for sure. Should have just used it with the test server. Well, this was the test server, right? Sadly, we don't have a test server. Oh, I just open Wikipedia most of the time. Now, I feel like, for me personally, I don't have any qualms with it. And I think that there's, like, enough historical base material that it doesn't bother me. You're also probably better at typing than me, yes. I don't know, man, I enjoyed it. I like the idea of getting real historical facts while you advance through it. I didn't mind the AI stuff. Thanks, Salty. Thanks. I think another canary in the coal mine is Clippy, right? If Clippy has a hard time following, or like just doesn't, if the content doesn't connect with Clippy, that's another very strong indicator, right? It's a big part of the weights and measures of like how effective is the content actually.
Someone seeks to bar my passage.
Clippy, can you see my messages, or is Blynn's screen chat bugged out? I have it on top chat. So Clippy sees live chat. Clippy sees everything. Your last message was about olives. But yeah, I keep it on top chat just so you don't see message redacted, that kind of thing. Besides the weird moral stuff, I worry that it would give me accurate info too. Yeah, I mean, I'm not using it to like, I don't know. It's just personal interest stuff. And there's almost just, like, Wikipedia also has the potential to be inaccurate, right? Like, Wikipedia is just kind of like self-policed, is it not? Message redacted, yeah. I think Two Hands is getting auto-filtered, so I don't even get to see the chats. I see, too bad. Is that how Wikipedia works? It is just like a collection of humans, right? Of people, and people write articles, and those articles are eventually vetted. And people can do funny things, like they can hijack, like, certain political people's Wikipedia page, or when the Game of Thrones season 5 or when the final season of Game of Thrones flopped, didn't like a bunch of people like edit Wikipedia articles? Human edited, yes, but it's sourced. People can screw with it for sure. Yeah. I was just saying that I'm jealous of the Japanese curry. I've only made it via Curry Cube many years ago, and I've gotten a rice cooker so I can make proper Japanese Asian food. A rice cooker is a game changer. Yeah, it was super, super tasty. For sure. Is it really loud when I crack my knuckles? Is anyone grossed out by that? I'll stop doing it, or I'll try to at least, if it's really annoying. I think I failed to anticipate how hot button the AI was going to be. I was excited for it personally, and it's just going to be kind of a personal tool going forward. I think what I am reminded of is how nice the interaction is for me to have a question and see who in chat has the knowledge, right? Because it is an interactive broadcast, and it's not just about hearing you guys listen to me talk to AI. It's like who in the audience knows when did the Bronze Age start or whatever, right? Or Sweet Clippy. Yeah, I know that Clippy is busy too. Clippy's doing things while we're streaming. And so if, you know, Clippy is stopping what Clippy's doing every 10 minutes because I got a dumb question about AMPHORAE or wine traders or what did people eat in the south of France during the winter, you know? I'd rather hear from chat than an AI, yes. And maybe that was my misunderstanding. Is there a way for us to make Burger give us the answers to your questions? I don't think there's anything in her head. There's nothing in there. There's nothing in Burger's head except for a selfish desire for fun and or face rubs. Oh, let's get the mic out of the way. Oh, there it is. I know, baby. High-res Burger is so good. I know, baby. I know. I know you're a baby, aren't you? You're my old lady baby. So we're gonna wrap it up, guys. I am an AI, that's why I struggle to stay on topic sometimes. Scratch face is the only thought. It's true. It just becomes her whole sense of being is just face rub, right? And I mix it up so she never gets sick of like a certain move or spot too much. And that's what keeps her coming back. Look at her Muppet face. What a Muppet she is. Hey, Berkey? Burgess. She knows her name too. Burgess. I know you do. No licking. I know you love to lick. You're a licker, I know. You're a licker, I know. So many Burger pixels. Guys, thanks for a fun test stream. It was interesting. It was interesting. I learned something. Thank you for bearing with me. Growing pains. What a cute cat. Isn't she, though? Absolutely. My sister's dog, not Glenn, loves to be pet and scratched and will start to paw one if one stops. Does Burger do the same? Yeah, she'll paw at my face. I thought today was fun. Oh, I'm glad, Clippy. I'm glad. Yeah. Thursday stream? Let me think about it. I think I've got an idea for Thursday stream. And then I'm gonna, if I say it, maybe then it'll be a nice, like, hold me to account. Next Monday, a week from now, we'll do an art stream. We'll do an art stream next Monday. I think that'll be a lot of fun. It's been a minute. It's been about 10 streams, maybe slightly more, since our last art stream. And I've got some ideas now. I've been inspired by a few other things, right? So next Monday, art stream. Thursday is going to be another idea I have. Let us exit the desktop. Maybe I should save. Should save stream. We do love an art stream. Me too. Back we go. We'll do the penultimate goodbye song. Oh yeah. This Thursday or next Thursday? This Thursday will be a regular social stream, but I've got an idea for what to do. I saw you playing 90 turns in your warm-up game. You have been gaming. Yeah, I just wanted to test it out, but then I had to kind of like a no shits given approach and made it further than I had made it in a long time. It just kept going and kept going and kept going. And the whole time I had all these questions. And I was like, oh, I'll save them for stream. I'll save all my questions. And that didn't pan out. I'm just impressed. Okay. Yeah, it just kept going. I just, you know. Okay, next Thursday I leave for the USGA. Don't want to miss special stream. No. Thursday is regular social. Next Monday will be our stream. Go enjoy that food. Thank you, Sneakers. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Even though today was a bit of a divergence from our regularly scheduled program. Is it weird for me to have the camera's over here now, right? But chat is over here. I don't mind this. We're gonna let this rule for a little bit. I don't mind the new setup. The office feels good. No, it's good. Okay, cool. As long as it doesn't feel weird. Oh, we're gonna cheer Maddie on for sure. I get so nervous. I don't want to jinx him, you know? I think it looks like you were looking at chat. Okay, cool. Because I am. Because I am, right? Across the stream. Yeah, don't cross the streams. Because before the camera used to be right under chat, so I would kind of look, when I look at chat, I would look at the camera. That would be kind of weird. I don't know. We're just, who knows? Who knows, right? It's all one big experiment. We're just figuring it out. My tummy is grumbling, guys. I wish you happy dinner time. For those of you on the East Coast of North America, happy dinner time. For those of you in the EU, 2 hands at all, thank you for staying up so late. Hope you enjoy. Hope you have a good sleep. I'm not sure if 2 hands is in the bed yet on the laptop. He didn't make the announcement, but maybe that's because I'm expecting to see you having rotated next stream. We'll see. What's for dinner? Japanese curry. Leftover Japanese curry. Maybe I'll do some naan bread too. I've been in bed the whole time. Excellent. Almost food time. For those of you in the West Coast, get some work done, would you? Get some work done. Enjoy your eggs, Arkars. Enjoy your eggs. Aw, stomach problems, so I called sick. Aw, hang in there, buddy. Thanks for all the info, guys. Thanks for hanging in with me. Appreciate it very much. Until next time, we'll see you on Thursday. Have a great evening. Have a great week. I'll say bye for now. Mwah. Which way? I'm not used to... this is easier. I can look this way. Mwah. Bye for now, guys. Bye.